Raptor? Girder. I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In
at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody. Happy Friday to you and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Glad you could join me. Sorry I'm late today. Got a good reason. I was visiting my grandmother in the hospital up in Sacramento. She was doing well. It was really good to see her, and hope she'll be able to go home soon. We're going to have a pretty chill stream today. Should be a fun one. We are going to be assembling a life-size 3D printed Utahraptor skull. I've got almost all of the pieces printed except for the teeth, which are currently printing now. Third try on the teeth. Let's cross your fingers that the print doesn't fail again. But, yeah, anyway. It's good to have you here, everybody, including you, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. If anybody's here for the very first time, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And what is a paleontologist, Mini Pie? You know, it's a fossil scientist, not a scientist who's been fossilized, but a scientist who studies fossils. That's me. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Hence, dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I write about, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk with colleagues about at conferences, and what I talk about here. Usually 5 days a week. This week's been kind of an unusual one, getting ready for some conferences. So I took Wednesday off this week. But I'm also going to be taking some days off in the near future. After next week, possibly next week too, getting ready to leave for the field again. I'm going to be digging up some more dinosaurs out in Wyoming and then Utah this summer. And I'm going to be live streaming it. So, if you've never seen any of the... just out of curiosity, how many people here in the chat have seen the fieldwork live streams from last year? And how many haven't? For how many of you is this going to be a new experience? I'd love to know. But welcome everyone. Mini Pie, you're gonna miss me, aren't you? I'm gonna be gone for like 2 months this summer. Yeah. And Noonvale's his first time here. Well, welcome. It is great to have you here, Noonvale. You're in for a treat. We are, especially, shoot, let's see. Let me get my keyboard, Mini Pie. There we go. That'll be new for you, Miss Caprical. Very nice. Yeah. The 31st is when I'm actually going to be in the field, it looks like. In Wyoming. Setting up camp and getting ready to go out the next day and dig up some dinosaurs. Today is, what, the 17th? So I'll probably take next Friday off to get ready because I'll be leaving... Shoot, I might be leaving as early as next Friday for the field. We'll have to see. I gotta figure out what my, what the schedule looks like there. But I'll be going to Salt Lake City first to meet up with Ethan Cowgill, who's going to be leading our fieldwork in Wyoming. And then we're leaving for Wyoming. Go dig up some dinosaurs there. We've got a bunch of different sites. Very, very excited about that. And, yeah, let me pull up one of the videos from last year. June 22nd.
Oh, and Paleomom says, why do you think it's different? We don't actually have enough of the bones to be able to tell that it's different based on the shape of the bones or anything. It's entirely based on we're working in rocks that nobody has named any dinosaurs from before.
Yeah.
So this is an unexplored time and place.
Fieldwork is how you
dinosaurs
stay.
evolved
Awesome,
pretty
Marcy
quickly.
Walks Dogs. Welcome.
And so the chances that this is a
Glad to hear
dinosaur
that.
that we already know about, very, very slim. Most likely this is going to be something new, which is why it's so exciting.
And Grim
That's why
Deviant, you
we're
discovered
here,
the stream
you know?
while I was out in the
It's
field last week.
because
Very
this,
nice.
Yeah,
Even
this
more of that
formation
this
is
year. I
largely
cannot wait.
Unexplored when it comes to dinosaurs, except for when Barnum Brown came through here in 1937. If you guys
Yeah.
want, maybe I'll read you a little passage from his biography about when he was working here in western Wyoming in the Almond Formation. He almost died during that. In fact, the local newspaper reported that he had died, that he'd been killed in a flash flood. Wasn't true, but he did kind of barely make it out of that. Yeah.
Hopefully we don't encounter anything nearly that harrowing this summer. Let me scooch forward to when we're doing some actual digging here. I don't know if I actually did any digging on stream during this particular broadcast. I'm mostly walking
We've
around.
sent out many unauthorized statements to the press, including one stating that we had given up the search, and another that our camp was destroyed by a cloudburst. Brown expanded on the perilous thunderstorm in his final report to Sinclair. It had occurred when Brown and an assistant named Chaffee were collecting the duckbill dinosaur, which was located on a high ridge that was extremely difficult to access by vehicle.
That may or may not be the same duckbill dinosaur that Barnum Brown left in the field that we will be digging up this year. We have an excavation permit. We have permission to go into private land to dig this thing up. It's exciting stuff.
Looking too high in section, you know, like in the marine deposit.
Anywho,
Good stuff.
this stream I was mostly just kind of answering questions and just hanging out.
Hey.
But we did some, you know, a bunch of excavation streams as well.
Other crews have tried
I think this is one of the ones up at Skull Ridge.
stand over here. This might make some decent.
Yeah.
Seriously.
When you're traveling in the North Country Fair, and the winds of heaven
Yeah.
on the borderline.
Oh.
Remember
Yeah, Moon Pie, Mini Pie. What do you?
And JB asks, an actual one? This is mind blowing. Yeah, we've got an actual bucket back in camp that we poop into. Yeah. No, this is. Yeah.
It's our bathroom facilities.
We think we're digging up a fake dinosaur here. what do you think of us? Shoot. Yeah. Yeah. Here, let's do another quick little tour around before my leg falls asleep.
Excellent. Perfect timing
Yeah,
here.
this is our hadrosaur quarry.
This is a
one
site
of
called
two
Skull Ridge.
that we're currently digging here in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation. We've got a beautiful dennery right here. This is a lower jaw of a duck-billed dinosaur. So like Ethan was saying earlier, this is where the pre-dennery would be, like the beak part of the...
Sculpin says, so 2 months of few showers? What do you mean few showers? 0. Nada, zilch, goose egg. No showers while we're out there in the field, except for the ones that come from the sky, you know? Which hopefully there will be mercifully few. We didn't get much rain last summer in Wyoming, which is good. Hopefully it's the same again this year. But look at that. You could see the tooth rows there of this duck-billed dinosaur. This is the dennery, the lower jaw of this animal right here. This is lovely. Now, we got almost all of this stuff out last year. We probably won't be returning to this site. So this one closed out. We're very excited about that. Yeah. And Dinah Wolf says, what are your thoughts on Gregory S. Paul? I've met him a couple times. Interesting guy. He's been incredibly influential in the way that the public sees dinosaurs. A lot of the depictions of dinosaurs in films like Jurassic Park are based in large part on the work of Gregory S. Paul. I think Greg Paul doesn't get enough credit in terms of his views on the synonymy of certain dinosaurs. And, like, thinking about dinosaurs as lineages evolving over time. He had some rather unconventional takes in his Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs. But the logic in there is internally consistent. It makes sense. I think Greg Paul gets a lot of things right. And he doesn't get enough credit for that. Doesn't get everything right. Nobody does. But most of the time, man knows what he's talking about. Big respect to Greg Paul. And Reese says, would a little bit of rain not help with the excavation? No, it can destroy the bone. So we got to make sure that we cover everything up every evening. Because if this bone gets water on it, it can destroy it, potentially. Especially if we don't hit it with any consolidant or glue or anything beforehand. Oh boy, rain is the enemy of fossil bone. Oh yeah, you don't want that sort of thing happening there. And High Tech Low Life says, what safeguards do you employ to protect unfinished dig sites? Well, you know, we have all of the standard, all the standard hardware, high caliber auto turrets, surveying drones with Hellfire missiles. No, we don't, nothing. We cover it up with dirt at the end of the day and hope that nobody comes and steals our fossils. That's how it goes. No. We don't have... We can't call in air support, make it rain from an A-10 Warthog, Clarebur. That would... Yeah. And here, yeah. Brrr, exactly. Tricky moments, yeah. No, basically nothing. We just go back to the sites every day. And, actually, where we were last summer, or we'll be again, every time a car goes by on the local road, we would, like, kind of duck down so they wouldn't see us. Because we didn't really want the locals knowing that, like, hey, there's dinosaur fossils around here, or else potentially our sites could get poached. So it's interesting. We got to kind of keep things on the down low while we're working out here, because word will get out, and you will get people who will come and try and poach these fossils, just like happens in Utah all the time. In Utah, you got to be real careful about that kind of thing, because if people learn that there are fossils in a given area, they will come out there and try and dig them up and destroy them in the process, and they'll just wreck everything. Despite the fact that it's completely illegal, they'll still do that. Like, these fossils are protected under federal law, but oftentimes the penalties are not nearly harsh enough, and there's not nearly enough enforcement of this kind of thing. You might have a single Bureau of Land Management official for like thousands and thousands of miles of territory. So yeah. There even says, it makes me so sad, people who would mess with fossils. Well, it's definitely a thing. Yeah, shoot, Salamander, when I was looking for documentaries for you, I remembered about this one. Oh, look at me, Mini Pie. Thank you. Let me get you some treats in a minute. But... here we go. You know, it's tricky when you're dealing with stuff like this. Here's a 1997 documentary from PBS Nova about this.
The Ogallala Sioux.
Oh, hello, Sweetie Pie.
The tribe
Hang
is
on.
responsible for enforcing.
We've got two cats on camera right now. Hello. Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie. How are you doing? Let's get some treats for both of you, shall we? Yeah, it's a catapalooza in here. Holy cow. Yeah. Here. Now what is it with this camera? It makes me look like a Christmas tree. I'm triangular shaped in this camera view. I don't know what. It's so weird. Anyway, look, we've got some cat interaction here. Hello, you two. Let's get some treats for you. Oh, for Mini Pie and for Sweetie Pie. Look at that. We've got a feline feast here. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, you eat those. Those are supposed to be good for your teeth. That's what the vet told me. Yeah. Doki Doki Baka says, that's gorgeous kitties. Thank you. They are some, I'll admit, they're some good-looking cats, aren't they? Aren't you? You're both very pretty. Yeah. Listen to that crunching. Sorry, you're not going to be able to hear that. The noise gate is too powerful. Yeah. Maybe I need to make a special scene where I turn the noise gate down so you can hear the crunching. I don't know. Yeah. Look at you two go. Good stuff. Let's get another one for Mini Pie over here. Sweetie, you got very many. Anywho. And high tech. AC-30 Overwatch. Holy cow! You had a spooky gunship providing air support. That is, or is that a AC-130 is codename Hercules. Was it one of the Hercules gunships with the howitzer sticking out of the side? Those are nuts. Yeah, total overkill indeed, Sculpin. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. In some situations, it might be necessary. Anywho. And Tolkien Otaku, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Who else is here in the chat right now? I didn't actually say hello to everybody yet. Dr. Hubs, Grim Deviant, Reagan Nation, Claire Berg, Golganek, Noon Vale, Kodali, Marcy Walks Dogs, Miss Capri Kell, Reese, Dino Wolf, Cast the Dreamer, Timmer's Crutch, High Tech, Sloppy Salamander, Cast the Dreamer, Tricky Bovis, MS Coggins. I feel like I'm repeating names at this point. But how are you all doing? It's wonderful to have you here. Wombat Hole, Jody Fish, Sculpin, Uller Uprising. How are you all doing? Welcome, welcome. The Raven, how are you doing? Doki Doki Baka. Yeah. Yes, Howitzer 25mm chain gun. Yeah, that's like a mini gun, right? Holy cow. It's like a Gatling gun. Nuts. You know, Jack Horner, my old boss, was in the Marines recon during Vietnam. He was drafted, actually. And he had this story. I haven't been able to find it anywhere online. I need to check the Wayback Machine or something. But he wrote an account once of a time that he was in some serious trouble at one point, and they were able to call in a spooky gunship, and he was like, that thing saved my life. How long was he deployed? I think it was for less than a year, Claire. Yeah, I want to say it was, well, shoot, when was it? Let's look this up real quick. Because he's talked about this in interviews before. There we go.
Is there anybody that cannot identify them? Sure.
Princeton to clean fossils. Zoology. I also, while I was there,
Let's see.
and of course drafted. High school, I was drafted.
There we go.
Diploma. And I entered in 1964 and I flunked out in 1965. And upon flunking out, I was drafted and I went to the United States Marine Corps, which only drafted for 1 month in all of its time.
I've looked this up, and this isn't strictly true. The U.S. Marine Corps has drafted a bunch of times during its history, even though they make a big deal out of being a non-conscription force, even though they make a big deal out of, you know, the few, the proud, the Marines, all volunteer force. They've drafted numerous times throughout the history of the Corps. But I don't know how many times they had a draft during Vietnam, but Jack was drafted. Yeah.
States Marine Corps, which only drafted for 1 month in all of its time. So, I was not only dyslexic, but unlucky.
Sorry, Teresa.
So that was 1966, and then I came back, and then I went back to college, and according to my father, in 1973 I had flunked out of college 5 times,
and so he was drafted in what year? 1966. I think he came back in 67 or 68. Yeah. Anywho, here is a link. Yeah. Did they do some more than once during Vietnam? Probably, Golganek, yeah. So it probably would have been small drafts here and there in order to fill kind of holes in recruitment. So yeah, they probably had quotas to fill, I'm guessing, and so yeah. Not 66 million years ago, Cast the Dreamer. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, shoot, I've heard bits and pieces of rumors about Jack's tour in Vietnam, and it's harrowing stuff. like being a Marine recon sniper, basically. Someday, like, those records will be released, and it was, I'm sure, some harrowing stuff. Oh boy. And High-Tech says, according to the database, if my birthday was one day earlier, I would have been called. Thank your mom for that, for not giving birth to you one day earlier, High-Tech. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, here we were talking about this. Back to our fossils here.
And then up there, you see those lines kind of going up? Like right there. Those are where the tooth sockets would be. So these animals had a lot of teeth. Duck-billed dinosaurs are famous for having tons and tons of teeth. Like, I don't know the exact count, but I've heard like, oh yeah, they can have 1,000 to 2,000 teeth. It's probably closer to 1,000. But anyway, lots and lots and lots of teeth. And this lower jaw would go, maybe the beak would stretch to about there. And then underneath there, basically underneath where Ethan is standing, or right in front of him, might be the...
our expedition lead is Ethan Cowgill right there.
Kind of projects upward and makes contact.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Oh, but Megatronus does. Thank you for the 19 months of support. Thank you for that, Megatronus. I appreciate you. How are you doing? Happy Friday. It's good to see you.
Contact with the skull, the jaw joint, like coronoid process. Yeah, so a big animal like this. This sucker might be like 40 feet long, like 13 meters, maybe like T-Rex
maybe not that long. I don't know.
Duck-billed
It's a big animal for sure.
dinosaurs get really big in the late Cretaceous. In the Hell Creek formation, for instance, Edmontosaurus, duck-billed dinosaur, it's actually the biggest dinosaur in that formation. It gets bigger than T-Rex.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Well, and Frankie wants to know, where do the fossils go? So these fossils are being reposited at the Museum Center in Cincinnati, Ohio. Ethan here, there's Ethan's legs. But he really wanted to be able to do some field work. He knew there were really important fossils to find here. He knew that he could go out and find them, and then he did. He needed a museum to be able to accept these fossils into their collections and also prep them and get them ready for study and everything else. If you find fossils on private land, they have to go, in the United States, if you're a paleontologist and you're digging on public land, if you get special permits to dig on public land, those fossils, where do they belong?
That belongs in a museum.
Yeah. And so we had to find a museum for them to go to. Ethan had to find a museum, rather. And they are now in the... They're being prepped in a couple of different museums right now, but their eventual destination is the Cincinnati Museum Center. Yeah.
Welcome to Cincinnati Museum Center. This multi-museum complex is housed in Union Terminal, a former train station that first opened in 1933.
It is a little disappointing that it's no longer a train station, because holy cow, I just spent a total of almost 6 hours today in the car just driving up to Sacramento and back, and our nation is in desperate need of decent public transit. And I cannot wait until we've got, the high-speed rail finally completed here in California. Hopefully it happens before I'm an old man. But anyway, yeah.
Union Terminal. A former
I did take 80, Clever, yeah.
First opened in 1933.
Yeah.
There's so much to explore here at CMC. The Cincinnati History Museum, the Museum of Natural History.
Yeah, here's the Torvosaurus that Ethan is actually studying. I think he's presenting on this critter at SVP this year. Exciting stuff. This is the most complete skeleton of Torvosaurus anywhere in the world.
In Science, the Children's Museum, the Robert D. Lindner Family Omnimax Theater, as well as world-class
I've never been here
traveling
before. I need to
exhibitions.
go.
Today, we will be exploring some of the exhibits in the Museum of Natural History and Science. Let's
Nice.
get started in our Science Interactives gallery, where
No, let's not. Let's talk about the fossils.
Who do you think looks at fossils? Do you ever look at fossils?
Answer her, chat. Answer the nice lady. Do you ever look at fossils? I certainly do. Yes, I think so, says Dino Wolf. No, you do, High Tech. You look at fossils here. Absolutely. Yeah, Gene Wen, har har. No, we're talking about paleontological fossils here. Yeah. You all look at fossils. You watch this channel, you're all fossil lookers. Don't doubt that about yourselves. You can count yourselves within the ranks of the fossil lookers.
If so, you're investigating like a paleontologist. Paleontologists are scientists who study the history of life on Earth. They take a close look at changes in animals, plants, and habitats over long periods of time. Paleontologists are distinct from archaeologists.
Yes.
What's the difference? Archaeologists study past civilizations.
Yeah, and they dig these neat square holes like this. It's this bizarre proclivity that they have for everything to be neat and tidy, you know? They use trowels. You know, archaeologists are basically digging in soil. They dig in what we as paleontologists would call overburden. Sorry I'm being so spicy right now, but, you know, it's Friday. Yeah, so the archaeologists will dig up your lawn. Paleontologists will, I don't know, we dig in rock. It's completely different from what archaeologists do. Yeah.
Through material culture, the objects that humans have left behind.
Yeah, archaeology is all human stuff. It's all, you know, Coca-Cola bottles and arrowheads and pyramids and, you know, all that cool stuff. Old beer cans. Samar faces here, they dig in the desert, says Samar Faye, but that's still in soil or alluvium or unconsolidated strata. It's not like, they're not digging in bedrock like paleontologists do. If we're finding fossils, those fossils are almost always embedded in the rock, in bedrock. So we don't use trowels. I have personally never used a trowel in the field except to dig a you know, temporary little latrine for bathroom time. That's the only time I've ever used a trowel in the field, is you know, to make a little paleontologist potty hole. Yeah. And Cast the Dreamer, yeah, that is unfortunate that happens. But yeah. Rhacodactylus says paleontologists are the professional hipster. They're only really interested in things that are very underground. Rhacodactylus. Although you could say the same thing about petroleum geologists. Even though they work for the man, you know? So that would be distinctly anti-hipster. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe hipsters do work for the man. That's how they can afford to live in such trendy neighborhoods. Yeah, actually, that sounds right. Anywho, let's continue.
Archaeology is not a solo sport. It takes a diverse team of people and a long time to find bones and figure out.
And this is interesting. So who have they got there on this crew?
It takes a diverse team of people.
They've got some of the same gear that we use. They've got rock hammers. They've got feed scoops. They've got, there might be Vinac in that bottle right there. They've got shade tarps here. I don't recognize anybody on this crew, but yeah, there's a very small crew member.
People and a long time to find bones and figure out what we found. Paleontologists don't spend all their time in the field looking for fossils.
Oh no, I wish we could. But no, usually there's snow all over the ground half the year.
They also analyze data in the lab, visit other institutions to help with research, and work in their offices to write reports.
Is that Glenn Storrs? I think that is Glenn Storrs right there, who's going to be joining us in Wyoming. You're going to get to know this man in the field this summer.
And scientific studies. From finding a dinosaur to displaying it in a museum, it takes dozens of people and thousands of hours of work.
Yeah.
Paleontologists come from many different countries and regions, and paleontology occurs on every continent, even Antarctica.
Yes,
Some of
indeed.
Cincinnati Museum Center's fossils come from Europe, Asia, as well as North America. Our paleontologists work here in the lab.
And they stream on
and in the
Twitch.
field.
Some of us do.
Paleontologists
Like
also
3 of
spend
us
time
do.
in the office
Beats
writing
International, yeah.
reports and scientific studies. Some of this research takes place in paleontology collections, where
Dino Wolf says, does digging stone cause stuff like carpal tunnel syndrome? Usually not field work, but sometimes work in the laboratory can do that. If you're prepping a particularly difficult fossil, it can cause things like carpal tunnel, that repetitive stress syndrome. So the Thessalosaurus skeleton at Museum of the Rockies, this one here, this apparently gave like 3 different people carpal tunnel. Because the rock in it is extremely hard and the bone is extremely soft and delicate. And so there have been multiple people who have had to, you know, use air scribes, like a tiny pneumatic jackhammer that's handheld. Use that for just thousands upon thousands of hours chipping away the rock here. And that, yeah, apparently was kind of a nightmare to work on. And it's not even finished, as you can see. So this is in a kind of really, really hard, dense sandstone, Gene Wen, that we call... Sometimes we call it ironstone, even though it's technically not ironstone. That's kind of our colloquial term for it. But, yeah, this is in a giant ironstone nodule. It's, oh boy. And I wonder how well an ultrasonic tool would work. I don't think they do work. I think it's been tried and they just don't work. Yeah. And we don't know of any ancient civilizations that were aware of dinosaurs, at least not in the way you would think. But there is a... Check out that book there, The First Fossil Hunters by Adrian Mayer, if you're curious about that, Frankie. That's the best source I can think of that that talks about that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow.
CMC keeps its specimens in special conditions to ensure they're safe. How do paleontologists study fossils? Using specialized tools and instruments, paleontologists uncover and decode what they find. Easily 10 times more time is spent in the lab than in the field.
Oh yeah.
This includes preparation and analysis. Do you think you'll become a fossil? Most likely not. Fewer than 10% of living things are fossilized.
It's probably far fewer than 10%, you know? You know, that's like saying, you know, George Washington has been dead for more than 30 years. Yeah. Fewer than 10% of living things are fossilized. It's probably fewer than, well, I don't know. It could be fewer than 10% of species that ever lived become fossils, but yeah.
Conditions must be just right for once living things to fossilize. Lack of oxygen, a wet environment,
and we've watched that before, Dr. Hubs, yeah.
Hard body parts will increase your odds of fossilization. Soft body tissues and skin impressions in fossils like this one are rare.
Yeah, they're
Why do you
not
think that
common.
is?
Although this summer, we might actually have a duck-billed dinosaur with preserved skin. We'll be digging up this summer. Maybe. We'll be, you'll have to tune in and see. But that would be nuts. That would be incredibly cool. So stay tuned for that.
Soft tissue decomposes and breaks down faster than big bones.
Yep.
In many cases, too quickly to become fossilized.
The site in Montana, where we were collecting these small...
Is that Glenn Storrs?
...has produced numerous examples of preserved dinosaur skin. Here we see the impressions of the large...
So there's Glenn Storrs right there. He's going to be joining us in the field. You know, he might even be there May 31st. He might be there on the first day. We'll have to see. But you're going to hopefully get to know him pretty well over the course of this summer. I've never met Glenn before, but I'm excited to. He actually shares academic kinship with some people that I've worked with before. So he might have been a student of John Ostrom's, actually. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, let's look that up real quick. This is something I've looked at before. I just discovered recently. We've never looked at this on stream before. But John H. Ostrom, let's just try that. There he is, from Yale. Yeah, excellent. Colbert, John Ostrom. And yeah, there we go. So John Ostrom, the guy who discovered Deinonychus, you know, Deinonychus. Glenn Storrs was one of John Ostrom's students. Glenn W. Storrs, who had trained these other paleontologists here. I'm not sure I recognize anybody else here, but yeah. There's Glenn Storrs. A descendant of John Ostrom, in the same way that Jack Horner is. You could kind of look at him as a descendant of John Ostrom from a certain perspective. Jack Horner had a interesting academic heritage, to say the least. One that I personally draw inspiration from is semi-non-traditional kind of academic. But yeah. And there you go, Claire. Yeah. You can trace John Ostrom back to Edwin Colbert, old Ned Colbert, and G.G. Simpson, Henry Fairfield Osborne, and back to Edward Drinker Cope, and Othniel Charles Marsh. So yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. I'll give you a link right here, but it is a paleogenealogy. Yes, indeed. Here, let's look up Jim Kirkland, because we'll be talking about Jim later. James I. Kirkland. Okay, James Ian Kirkland. That's odd. Why is that not? Huh. Don DeBlue. Nope, that's not coming up either. I might be typing it in wrong. I'm not super familiar with this website yet. I don't know 1,000,000% how it works. But anyway, Glenn Storrs will be joining us this summer in the field, so you're gonna get to know him pretty well on stream. I hope. I'm excited about this.
Where we were collecting these small Diplodocus bones, has produced numerous examples of preserved dinosaur skin. Here we see the impressions of the large scale-like pattern, the folded skin, and there's even some coloration.
That's a good question, Mayor Space. I don't know. I've never gone back before Marsh or Cope or Joseph Leidy.
Different parts of the bodies, and that's interesting. You can see different size scales, different shape scales. Maybe belly scales being smaller, ones on the sides and top being larger, such as we see here. So this is what we call an example of preserved soft tissue. The bones are hard. They preserve relatively easy as fossils. It's a much rarer occurrence to get soft tissue preservation.
Yep. Pretty cool stuff.
So immediately behind me is an animal called Gallimiopus.
Yeah, aka Diplodocus. Are they really different genera? I mean, this was until very recently referred to as Diplodocus. Diplodocus, Gallimiopus. Gallimiopus is a new name for this specimen that was previously referred to as Diplodocus.
Now that's maybe not.
Hey, Alex Vixen, how you doing?
It's related to Diplodocus. It's a large, four-limbed, long-necked herbivore. Diplodocus is pretty famous. This is from the same family as Diplodocus. And
Yep, and was previously referred to as Diplodocus.
Apatosaurus, another very famous sauropod dinosaur. Gallimiopus is known from only a few skeletons to date. There are about 3 that are exhibited in museums around the world. There's one in Texas, there's one in Switzerland,
in Dallas.
There's one here in Cincinnati. Our Gallimiopus is probably the most complete specimen. We have about 85% of the original fossil bones present.
That's amazing.
That's kind of typical for fossil skeletons. When you see them exhibited in museums, there are going to be a few bones here and there missing because they might have been carried away by scavengers, they might have been washed away before they were buried, they might have been destroyed by erosion.
Hi, Speed Sloth. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
So to have 85% of a skeleton, that's really great. That's a large amount of the animal. So we have virtually everything. We're missing parts of the neck, but we do have parts of the skull. We're missing parts of the forelimbs, but we have the complete vertebral column from the back of the neck all the way through to the tail, and we have the complete hips and ribs and hind legs. It's a very exciting find.
Nice.
This comes from the Jurassic Morrison Formation of Montana. We began collecting it in the year 2000, and it took us 18 years to get it to the stage that you see behind us.
18 years. Holy cow. This dinosaur is old enough to vote. Well, you know what I mean. And so sauropods had no gastralia? I don't think a sauropod has ever been found with gastralia diagonal. Yeah. Good noticing there. I've never seen a sauropod reconstructed with gastralia.
We were out every summer in Montana for 6 years collecting this skeleton. Then another 7 years in the laboratory here in Cincinnati, removing the bones from the rock, and then ultimately creating the skeleton and the exhibit that you see behind me.
Pretty cool.
The Jurassic world contains not only herbivorous
Torvosaurus here and Allosaurus,
like the sauropods, but also carnivorous or meat-eating dinosaurs.
There you get me
such as the animals behind me. Allosaurus, smaller individual here, is one of the more famous Jurassic dinosaurs and one of the best known, but one of the most poorly known Jurassic dinosaurs.
I wouldn't call it one of the most poorly known Jurassic dinosaurs because there are some Jurassic dinosaurs for whom we only have like a single bone. I'm looking at you, most of the European Jurassic dinosaurs, especially ones from the UK. But anyway, Torvosaurus.
Is Torvosaurus, our giant meat-eating skeleton here. This is a fantastic example of what was perhaps the top or apex predator of the late Jurassic. This is a large animal, maybe 35 feet long. We have about 55% of the original skeleton
that's
found.
Pretty incredible for Torvosaurus.
As such, it is the only skeleton of Torvosaurus exhibited anywhere in the world.
And the only fossil bone skeleton. There are other skeletons of Torvosaurus that you will see exhibited in other places. They've got a few in, well, shoot, I think there's 2 of them at the museum in Lehi, Utah, but those are casts. Those are not the actual bone. This is the actual fossil bone there.
Daspletosaurus is a tyrannosaur. That is a member of the Tyrannosaur family, or Tyrannosauridae, the most famous member of which, of course, is Tyrannosaurus.
Hey, Kelmir, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
A replica skull of Tyrannosaurus.
And does anybody recognize this particular skull? What is this particular Tyrannosaurus skull? Does anybody know?
Tradoon.
It's not Stan and it's not Sue. Well, this is a particular Tyrannosaurus skull from a particular specimen that we have a close connection to here on this channel. This is the Wonkel Rex. There we go. Originally from Museum of the Rockies, originally from Montana. It is now on display in the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. But I would recognize this skull anywhere. We've got about 50 Tyrannosaurus specimens in the world nowadays. There's probably about 15 or 20 that have okay skeletons, decent skulls. And so there's a lot of variation between them too. Sometimes, you know, it's individual variation, stratigraphic variation, could be ontogenetic variation. Well, a lot of it is ontogenetic variation. Sweetie Pie, you are right in front of the camera. My goodness. You gotta stop blocking the camera like that. Yeah. Come here. And Mini Pie is over here too. Hello, Mini Pie. Everyone wants to come say hello. My goodness. Anyway, some of the most prominent, well-known Tyrannosaurus specimens off the top of my head would be the Wonkel Rex, Black Beauty from Canada, from Saskatchewan. You see reproductions of this in lots of different places. We've got one here in San Francisco at the California Academy of Sciences. That cast of that T-Rex is Black Beauty. Just like you kitties. Holy cow. You are some Black Beauties yourselves, including you, Mini Pie. Sweetie, your sister's trying to be on camera. And you're taking up the whole...
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Uh-oh, Mini Pie, don't...
a tier 1 sub to NSOVET 1998. They have given 437
Start it, Mini
subs
Pie.
in the
Stop
channel.
it. You're gonna break this. Down. Get down. Hey, get down. Get down. Ah! Just being overrun by cats here. Oh, goodness. Anyway, no, well, I don't have any cats, Kelmir. These cats lived here before I did. There's 3 of them who live here. Yeah, technically they're my landlords. So yeah. I already gave them more snacks than they could eat, Pimp Cat. They both left. Here, give me a second. Let me check on the 3D printer. That doesn't sound good. Oh, for once it's working. Okay, nice. Anywho, yeah. Sweetie Pie, what are you doing? What are you doing? Let me get you some brushes. Let's brush you for a little bit, sweetie. Oh, nope. I take the brush out and she just runs. Never mind. She doesn't want to be brushed right now. And a Sweetie Pie has 2 eyes, Tolkien. She has 2 eyes. She definitely has 2 eyes. Anywho, well, we were talking about Tyrannosaurus specimens. So you saw the Wonkel Rex right here. You saw Black Beauty right here. Stan is another famous one right here. We've got Sue right here. Tristan Otto, another one right here. We've got Y-Rex. Right there. YWY, like for Wyoming. B-Rex, right here. Custer Rex, right there, etc. There's a whole bunch. Pex Rex, right here. Another one. There's 4 big Tyrannosaurus specimens just at Museum of the Rockies alone. The world's largest collection of Tyrannosaurus fossils at Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work in Montana. Yeah, there's the Burke specimen. The Tufts Love Rex, as it's called. That one almost looks like a cast of the Wonko Rex. But there it is right there in Seattle. Yeah, so there's not too many, there's like 50 specimens, which is way more than we have for most dinosaurs. Most dinosaurs that have ever been named, we've got 1 specimen of. Tyrannosaurus is arguably the most well-studied dinosaur from the Mesozoic. There's been more papers published on Tyrannosaurus than I think any other dinosaur genus. But yeah, still, it's only 50 specimens. About 50. There's some dinosaurs that we have far more specimens of. Coelophysis, Falcarius, Triceratops. There's lots and lots of other. Centrosaurus. But Tyrannosaurus is by far the most well-studied. And why Tyrannosaurus? Asked Gary and Kellis. That's a good question. Part of it is that Tyrannosaurus is extraordinarily popular among the general public and arguably among dinosaur paleontologists too. There's a few things that make T-Rex special. One of them is that it is one of the largest meat-eating dinosaurs that ever lived. So it's got that going for it. It's also the last. Tyrannosaurus lived at the very, very, very end of the age of dinosaurs. It was there when the asteroid hit. It is one of those dinosaur species that was wiped out by that asteroid 66 million years ago. So they're at the very end. And it had a fairly wide range. So Tyrannosaurus fossils have been found in Montana originally, but also in Wyoming, in North and South Dakota, in Colorado, in Utah, up in Canada, in Alberta, and Saskatchewan. We've got Tyrannosaurus fossils from a lot of different places in the US and in southern Canada. And so there have been a lot of fossils. Back when Tyrannosaurus was first described back in the early 20th century, it was a pop cultural phenomenon. Tyrannosaurus became the most famous of dinosaurs because it was big and huge and fierce. People see it as like the pinnacle of carnivorous dinosaur evolution, which in a way I guess you could say it kind of is, just by virtue of it being the last. It's at the very end of the age of dinosaurs. And so hindsight being what it is, Tyrannosaurus is seen as what everything else is leading up to. And Tyrannosaurus was really lucky to have an excellent name. Henry Fairfield Osborn, when he named T-Rex, when he named this dinosaur, he picked a stupendous name. Tyrannosaurus Rex, the king of the tyrant lizards. You kind of can't beat that. That's just exquisite. And it being mounted in the American Museum of Natural History in New York one of the most august museums on the planet. It became a phenomenon. And so the general public was really interested in this animal for obvious reasons, but that kind of feeds back into science as well. And we as scientists, we're still human beings, you know? We grew up loving T-Rex. This is something that I think a lot of dinosaur paleontologists have a soft spot for T-Rex in their hearts because of this animal's prominent place in pop culture.
This is the king of time.
Yeah.
For many of us, Tyrannosaurus rex is the dinosaur, our lens into a lost world. Since its discovery, the word Tyrannosaurus has been used in print more than twice as many times as any other dinosaur name. And T-Rex landed its first starring role the same year as Rudolph Valentino.
Tyrannosaurus is arguably the greatest film star of all time. Far surpassing any human actor or character. Oh, man. And Gary says, Brontos are bigger, so many sauropod dinosaurs are bigger, Gary and Kellis. But the thing is, Tyrannosaurus is a meat-eating dinosaur. And it is one of the biggest of the meat-eating dinosaurs. And that's partly why it is, so acclaimed, And it did fight King Kong. Yes, Wombat Hole. Should have won. Should have won. The fight was rigged. Big dumb gorilla. Anyway.
Ever since a fossil hunter from the American Museum of Natural History dug Tyrannosaurus rex out.
Yep, that is Barnum Brown right there, he is the man who discovered Tyrannosaurus rex. We are going to be following in his footsteps this summer. We're going to be digging at some sites that he left behind in Wyoming. Dinosaurs that he didn't have the time or the inclination to get out of the ground. We've rediscovered some of his sites. Rather, Ethan has rediscovered some of his sites. And so I, along with Ethan and some other crew members, are going to be digging at some of Barnum Brown's old sites. And these dinosaurs back in 1937 that he found in Wyoming and didn't collect. We're going to be collecting those this year.
Out of the Montana dirt, it's ruled our view of the
Isn't that neat, Claire? Yeah.
Icons.
And I'll see you later,
tend to
David V.
capture the public imagination. They're just too big and sometimes too ugly, and sometimes too beautiful to be denied.
In my work, I get to read the manuscript first. So I read the manuscript of Jurassic Park. We're talking, this would have been back in 1989.
Good to see you too, David.
I was relatively young, 25, 26, junior designer for book jackets at Alfred A. Knopf.
Chip Kidd is the man behind a famous dinosaur. Behind him is the dinosaur that inspired his famous book cover. When tasked with creating a design for Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park, Chip searched for ideas.
Certainly there's a lot of books on dinosaurs, scientific paleontology and fantasy and everything in between. So the problem to solve when creating the first edition book jacket for Jurassic Park was to somehow entice the reader into a story that was about dinosaurs, but like nothing that they had ever encountered before. But I do remember before I started and I was talking to our editor-in-chief, and do remember him saying, think of something as iconic as Jaws. That's what we want to come up with.
Holy cow! That's like an impossible task. How do you come up with something that iconic? That's nuts. That's nuts. By the way, the story of that cover, I think that also comes from the American Museum of Natural History, which is kind of crazy. Maybe we'll get into that in a minute. But, yeah. And Mayor Space says, if you guys name new dinosaurs discovered by Barnum Brown, will he get the species name? No. That's not how it works. Dinosaurs are not named after the people who discover them, usually. Unless you want to take special, unless you really, really, really want to call them out and honor them. There's no rule that says that. Anyway, the cover of Jaws. Here we go. There's a lovely documentary about the making of the film Jaws called The Shark is Still Working. And let me see if I can find the part with the cover. Here we go.
By the fear. And you just got it. The minute you look at that image, you got it.
Jaws' poster is the Bible of how to do it. It's that's all
legendary.
You need to know. You don't need to know about the main characters and their arcs or anything like that. Big shark, pretty girl, bad situation.
One of the things that happens when you do an iconic film is it becomes a touchstone for other artists and other comments.
Yep.
Jaws artwork became an element of political cartoons, for years.
In fact, the shark and swimmer were used to represent virtually every issue in the political spectrum.
Oh boy, what a hack move.
And it wasn't just political getting in on the action.
Oh boy.
Over the years, even up to this day, the Jaws motif has served as fodder for a variety of more offbeat applications. But what today has become a pop culture icon actually had very humble beginnings.
Yep.
The art of the swimmer.
Was it
above the great white?
Was it at AM&H? I think it might have been.
Shark originated on the cover of the paperback edition of Peter Benchley's novel Jaws, published by Bantam Books, and Oscar Disto, who was the chairman of the company.
And this is the same story with Jurassic Park too.
Always regretted that he didn't sell it to us. He could have sold us the artwork, but he gave it to us as a publicity thing, so I get him about it to this day.
One name that is not as well known in the annals of Jaws history is Roger Castell, the artist who created the legendary image. Castell was a seasoned paperback and magazine illustrator working in New York, whose skills were increasingly in demand at the time, and the assignment was simply one among many.
Oscar Disto said, "Have I got a great book for you? You'll love it. You can read it over the weekend." They felt the hardcover version wouldn't work on the paperback. I did a very rough sketch, and they said, "That's great, just make the shark realistic." And
He said very rough sketch. He wasn't kidding. Oh, man.
Sketch, and they said, "That's great, just make the shark realistic and bigger. Make him very much bigger."
Yeah. Hey, Locust Jax, how you doing? Welcome.
Museum of Natural History, and I had my camera.
And this is this AM&H? I can't tell. I want to say it is AM&H, which would be crazy that two extremely iconic movie posters would both be based on specimens from the American Museum of Natural History in New York City.
Camera with me, and I said, "Do you have a shark exhibit in the building?" And she said, "Yes, they do," but it was all down, and they were refurbishing. They were cleaning them. All the sharks were laying on easels.
And look at that! It's the exact same image he's got right there. It's like it's just ripped from a photograph, basically. That's amazing.
Plaster, and so I had my camera with me. I knew what position I wanted the shark in, and this is the great white that they had laying on an easel.
Carcharodon carcharias.
I guess they were dusting it, and that's what I worked from.
How it's just a perfect one-to-one. Holy cow.
I guess they were dusting it.
Look at that.
That's what I worked from. The girl was photographed in the studio in New York. She was a great model. I used her for Good Housekeeping painting and asked if she would stay another half hour and just swim for this paperback. Told her Jaws. I don't think anyone knew what Jaws was then. But she was swimming on a stool. Last summer, I was painting in the studio, and my grandson Luke came in and he says, "Grandpa, did you ever do a Mona Lisa?" And he's 7.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
A sick one. Oh, it will be. Hang on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Threw me, and I thought, and I said,
there you go.
Came in and he says, I was painting in the studio, and my grandson Luke came in and he says, "Grandpa, did you ever do a Mona Lisa?" And he's 7. That really threw me, and I thought, and I said, "I don't think I've done the Mona Lisa, Luke." And he said, "Well, the shark will just have to be your Mona Lisa."
That is beautiful. Holy cow. So, get back to what we were talking about. It looks like, if that was indeed AMNH, if that was the American Museum of Natural History in New York, that means that 2 iconic film posters are based on specimens at that same museum. Absolutely iconic images in American pop culture. Jaws, Jurassic Park, the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. That's something special. That is something special. And 2 Spielberg films too, Lenina, yeah. Wow. And John Williams as well. Gary, it's funny how these things come together. I guess if you want a really, really successful, like a beloved film, you need Steven Spielberg, you need John Williams, you need AMNH, the American Museum of Natural History. That is super cool. That is super cool. Yeah.
Started, and I was talking to our editor-in-chief, and do you remember him saying, think of something as iconic as Jaws. That's what we want to come up with. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, that would be nice, but I don't see how that's going to happen in a million years. But hey, we've tried a bunch
or 66
of
million years
things. I remember we tried commissioning a painting of what a close-up of dinosaur skin would look like. And the answer was it didn't really look like much of anything. I've always been fascinated by pterodactyls.
Pterosaurs.
That. But, really, of course, you've got to give the T-Rex a try.
T-Rex has come to be a shorthand for all dinosaurs.
That's Charles R. Knight's Tyrannosaurus painting right there, by the way. This is taken directly from Charles R. Knight's Tyrannosaurus right here. Yeah, this is a famous painting which you can see today at the Field Museum in Chicago, Illinois. Tyrannosaurus. It is the same thing. That is directly, whoever was working as an illustrator for this video took that directly from Charles R. Knight's Tyrannosaurus.
So, of course, it had to be included. It didn't live in the Jurassic, but Cretaceous Park didn't have the same ring.
Yeah.
And so I came here to the Museum of Natural History and just hung out and stared at this guy.
Yeah.
This is AMNH 5027.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't have a cute nickname.
This is another one of those famous Tyrannosaurus specimens, arguably the most famous in the world. More famous than Sue, more famous than Stan, more famous than the Wonkel Rex, the Nation's T-Rex, or Black Beauty, or the Tufts Love Rex, or anybody else. Because of its illustrations in Osborne's manuscripts and in dinosaur books throughout the decades, and the Jurassic Park logo, maybe most especially, this is the most famous Tyrannosaurus specimen in the world.
But it was one of the first dinosaurs displayed to the public. So it's had time to leave a big footprint.
And Petrodactylus is more famous but doesn't have a cute nickname. I'll let you in on a little secret, Petrodactylus. We as paleontologists kind of hate the cutesy nicknames because they often kind of reek of commercialism, of commodification, of like, oh, let's give this dinosaur a cutesy nickname because we're going to sell it to the highest bidder, so it's got to have a nickname, that kind of thing. Specimen numbers are what every single fossil has. If it's in a museum, if it is held in the public trust in the collections, it has a specimen number. H 5027. That is a name that holds it holds just as much weight, arguably more weight, import, more kind of heartfelt gravitas to the paleontologist, than any of those cutesy nicknames. H 5027. You say that, and every theropod worker in the world knows exactly who you're talking about. H 5027. I might sometimes have difficulty telling Tristan apart from, I don't know, whoever there was commercial Tyrannosaurus specimens that have been sold around the world. Who gives a crud about those? H 5027. That's a name that holds weight to it. Yeah. And Caterpillar jokingly says, how about H 5028 though? There is a specimen that is H 5028. I don't know what it is. You could look it up in the AMNH database, I'm sure. It's not going to be a Tyrannosaurus specimen. They get those names chronologically. So maybe they collected a turtle next, or a fossil fish, or a trilobite. Who knows what H 5028 was. But yeah. And how about CM 9380, the holotype, Death of Barney? Yeah. Yeah, the holotype, that's interesting how that came to be in the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. It's kind of a long story. But I bet you Matt LaManna could tell you all about that this year, because Matt LaManna is going to be on our field crew in Wyoming. And, here, yeah.
Seaway. The Western Interior Seaway was home to the Festival. This year, we're proud to be presenting to.
Here's Matt LaManna, and there is that holotype Tyrannosaurus specimen behind him. Matt LaManna is going to be on our field crew around June 20th, so we'll talk to him about Tyrannosaurs there. Remind me, and we'll talk to him about that. Yeah. Yeah.
Billion years. The continent of North America, on which I'm standing, was home to a diverse array of dinosaurs throughout the entire Cretaceous. However, around 100 million years ago, at the dawn of an epoch, or subdivision of the Cretaceous known as the Late Cretaceous, warm global temperatures and correspondingly high sea levels led to the flooding of the North American Midwest by a shallow sea called the Western Interior Seaway.
Yeah, so the rocks that we're going to be digging in 2 weeks, are right in here. Wyoming used to be beachfront property. And the dinosaur fossils that we're going to be digging up there are fossils that were from right here on that floodplain, like on, those estuaries going out to the sea like this. Deltaic environments right up here. Back when you could walk along the beach in Wyoming. Anywho, let's continue with this.
27. It doesn't have a cute nickname, but it was one of the first dinosaurs displayed to the public.
Yep.
So it's had time to leave a big footprint.
Oh, yeah.
It's certainly fair to say that our T-Rex is one of the world's most famous dinosaurs, if not the most famous. Tyrannosaurus rex, the skull, is a very important scientific discovery. The first really complete skull and skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus ever discovered. Since the early 1900s, we've had many decades to absorb T-Rex into our own cultural fabric.
This specimen, seen by millions of visitors every year, has shaped our collective idea of what a dinosaur is.
True.
In the
Hugely
beginning,
influential.
This was T-Rex. 9 years later, in 1915, crowds thrilled at the sight of a towering Tyrannosaurus rex. To the public, it was a monster with enviable posture. But paleontologists already...
There's Barnum Brown right there with the bald scalp. Barnum Brown discovered Tyrannosaurus rex, dug it up, brought it back for the world to see. He is the paleontologist, sometimes called the greatest dinosaur hunter who ever lived. Yeah. Barnum Brown, the man who discovered Tyrannosaurus rex. There's a biography about him. We will be, again, collecting some of the dinosaurs he left behind in 1937 in Wyoming.
Astonishing. Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
Whoa,
But
whoa,
enough
whoa.
about my work. What did you want to show me?
Non-Toxic Bacon, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Caterpiggle says, why did it become so famous? Because it was the largest at the time? Yes, that's part of it. It had really good publicity. It had a really good name. Basically, all of the puzzle pieces, everything aligned for Tyrannosaurus to become ultra famous. It was for for about 90 years, Tyrannosaurus, almost 100 years. It was until 1998. For 97 years, Tyrannosaurus was the biggest meat-eating dinosaur. And that name, Tyrannosaurus rex. Everyone loves to say that name. Henry Fairfield Osborn may have been a third-rate scientist, but he was perhaps the greatest namer of dinosaurs ever. He named both Tyrannosaurus rex and Velociraptor mongoliensis. Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor, as the kids would say, the goated dinosaur names. They are the GOAT. They are the greatest of all time. Stone Cold Classics. Yes, indeed, Death of Barney. Yeah. And Othniel Charles Marsh named Triceratops Caterpillar back in 1889, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And there aren't any other, well, no, actually I take it back. There are other Tyrannosaurus species. There's Tyrannosaurus rex. There's now, as of this year, Tyrannosaurus macraensis. It was just named this year. So, 2024 in Archosaur Paleontology. Tyrannosaurus macraensis was named this year. A possible ancestor of Tyrannosaurus rex. There have been other species of Tyrannosaurus proposed in the past. Tyrannosaurus regina, Tyrannosaurus imperator, I believe. Tyrannosaurus bataar, which most paleontologists now call Tarbosaurus bataar. Tyrannosaurus and Tarbosaurus appear to be two different genera, but we're still arguing about these things. We're still gathering data. We're still forming hypotheses. We're still disputing these things. Yeah. And macraensis is not named after a person. It's named after a place. Anytime you hear ensis at the end, like Mongoliensis, Montanensis, You know, Utahensis. Ensis means it's named after a place. So yeah, McRaeensis is named after the McRae Formation or the McRae Ranch or where? Let's see. It's named after a place called McRae. It's a site name. The McRae Tyrannosaur. Anyway, it's a place. Anywho, the McRae group could be. Yeah, referencing the McRae group, the rock layers to which the Hall Lake Formation belongs. Yeah. Anyhow. Walmartensis, Disneylandensis. Well, that would imply that they're from either Walmart or Disneyland, which no Tyrannosaurs have been found there. Although, if we have time today, after our Utahraptor assembly, we'll be talking about Disneyland Goes to the World's Fair. We'll be talking about dinosaurs at Disneyland, all that stuff. Anyway, let's get back to our video.
Thrilled at the sight of a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah.
To the public, it was a monster with enviable posture. But paleontologists already knew the stiff prizefighter stance wasn't right.
Yep.
Planning models showed more nimble animals, but the metal rods that had to hold up several tons of fossil could only support the T-Rex in a very vertical pose. And thus were born generations of tremendous tail draggers. It started with the skeleton and this early illustration by Charles Knight, done for the museum. One of the first dinosaurs on film was almost an exact copy. This is T-Rex's movie debut in a 1918 film.
1918?
Called Slumber Mountain.
That's nuts.
That same animator would go on to make King Kong,
Yep.
which also featured a T-Rex.
It's Willis O'Brien.
And the museum Tyrannosaurus was solidly lodged in pop culture. Barnum Brown, the discoverer of T-Rex, consulted with Walt Disney on the dinosaurs of Fantasia. And
Yes,
Godzilla
indeed.
carried the DNA of specimen 5027 in his mutated cells.
Yep.
It was the dinosaur that ruled our imagination for decades. The only mounted Tyrannosaurus seen for a quarter century.
Yep.
When I was a kid, I mean, I guess my image of T-Rex was the kind of ink etching of a T-Rex standing in front of a bunch of palm trees.
I have this same book right here. Shoot. This is from Roy Chapman Andrews' All About Dinosaurs. Here. Right here. There's the book from the video. And here it is on my desk. Bingo.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils.
Renix, thank you for the follow.
America loses them forever.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for following. It's good to have you here. There we go. Right there. Right there. Yeah. Better or worse? Better or worse? Yeah, Roy Chapman Andrews, All About Dinosaurs. Anywho, let's continue.
And he's fully standing erect with his hands up and his tail dragging on the ground, just in those traditional ways. It's kind of the same image you see on the cover of books like Jurassic Park.
Yep.
After staring at specimen 5027, at the time still posed in a very upright stance, Chip made his way to the museum gift shop and bought a book.
This is the book.
The book is Vertebrate Paleontology and Evolution, and the drawing is adapted from a paper published in 1917 by the museum paleontologist who named Tyrannosaurus rex after
Henry
Barton
Fairfield
Brown
Osborn.
dug it up.
Yeah.
It's an illustration of this very same specimen. You can tell because of this little bump right here. When this particular T-Rex was fossilized, one of its bones, this one, the ectopterygoid, which supports biting force, got shoved out of place. It makes for a very distinctive profile.
Yep.
So Chip took this scientific illustration of specimen 5027 and started.
And he kind of messed it up a little bit. For one thing, and apologies to anybody who is watching who is not aware of this, but this will ruin the Jurassic Park logo for you forever. I'm warning you right now. It will ruin this for you forever. The Jurassic Park logo T-Rex doesn't have a nose.
Started working.
And this was totally pre-computer. We were still doing everything in the art department by hand. I was literally tracing it, but I was making creative decisions about...
Yeah, he took out the nose.
How to alter it to make it into something somewhere between just a skeleton and a completed animal.
Chip's design was sent off to Michael Crichton for approval.
And there you go, non-toxic bacon, yeah. Yeah.
Swiftly delivered via fax machine.
I think it said, wow, fantastic jacket.
Jurassic Park hit the shelves in 1990 and was on the bestseller list for 12 weeks. And that was before the movie came out.
Yep. Yeah, and right there, you can see the nares, the nostril, gone. You know, the Jurassic Park T-Rex, as Lenina said, he's got no nose. There's no nose on the Jurassic Park T-Rex. How does he smell? Terrible.
They did an advanced screening of the first movie for us, and we're sitting there, and the movie comes on, and you get to the part where they're finally going to the park, and there is the sign, and you're like, oh my God.
Universal Studios.
Yep, see? No nose. You've got the maxillary fenestra, you've got the antorbital fenestra, you've got the orbital fenestra, the orbit, the eye socket. No postorbital fenestra. Oh boy, we'll be talking about these in a minute as we assemble our Utahraptor skull. We'll be talking all about these different holes in the skull and what they're for and why they're important. Yeah.
Had licensed Chip's design and adapted it, almost unchanged, for the poster.
Yep. What would it look like with the nose, though? It would look better, Caterpillar, in my opinion. It would look less fake. I don't know. Over the years, the more I look at the Jurassic Park logo, the more I go like, oh boy, that's not right. You know? It's like if the Mona Lisa were missing an eye or something. Once you see it, you'd be like, oh boy, wait, what? Yeah.
See? It still has the bump. It's specimen 5027's birthmark, distinctive and unique among all fossils. So this very dinosaur has made its way onto countless t-shirts, toys, Jurassic Park Cheez-Its, and this.
This is the official Jurassic World toaster, and it burns an image of the drawing into a piece of bread.
Well, it's supposed to. Not everything can live up to the T-Rex's oversized reputation.
There's no predator in the history of the Earth on land that was bigger and by inference more ferocious.
I think that it's probably by far the best known dinosaur. Because of its notoriety and because it was found in North America, it probably is the most studied dinosaur of all the dinosaurs that we know.
I would say it is, yeah. Tyrannosaurus, yeah.
Of what T-Rex looked like and how it moved has radically changed as we've learned more about it.
And looking at most Tyrannosaur models, the body is just so big and fat and totally robust. I mean, I don't view Tyrannosaurs that way, and I think that the skeletal evidence really shows that they were much thinner. They were very svelte animals.
And they probably looked a little fluffier.
Oh, at what point in their ontogeny?
From all the inferential evidence we have, adult Tyrannosaurs were feathered.
People sometimes don't like a revision of what they cherish.
Oh, don't I know it?
Their own imagery.
Yeah.
But what I find is that over time, that's easily changed.
Yep.
Because younger people come to it without those kinds of connections to their own nostalgia. As science becomes more understood, it's absorbed by culture.
Yep.
You know, dinosaur skeletons suggests the dinosaur, but we have to complete it in our heads.
It's just known from the specimen number, Rhacodactylus. Yeah.
To the museum, you know, your imagination takes over and you imagine these things walking around and how big they are. And a dinosaur skeleton it's mysterious.
It's that mystery that keeps us coming back. Our imaginations layer the possibilities of millions of years over these bones. This is as close as we come to walking in the shadow of deep time.
Dino Wolf says, we need a museum of outdated depictions of dinosaurs. That's like half of museums, Gene Went. Or, Dino Wolf. Yeah, we already have a, you know, the one that immediately jumps to mind for me is this one.
I'm in Crystal Palace Park in South London, and there are dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Models of dinosaurs, anyway, and inaccurate models at that. But that's because they're more than 150 years old. These were the first ever life-size models of extinct creatures built for the gardens of the enormous Crystal Palace that used to stand on top of a hill over there. They were made by the wonderfully named Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins. We now know that they are utterly wrong in many significant ways, but at the time, they were a marvel. Look at what once walked
They're
the
still
earth.
a marvel.
Now, in England, there is a list of buildings that have special protection under the law. Buildings on that list are called listed buildings, because they're on the list of buildings. And
anywho, here's a link to this video here if you'd like to watch the rest of that. We've watched this multiple times before on this channel. Yeah, it's from a rather small creator on the YouTubes. Goes by the name Tom Scott. He has 6.43 subscribers, so go support him. I'm sure he could use it. No, hang on, there's an M there. 6.43 million subscribers. Huh. Anyway. Yeah, what are my thoughts on James Gurney? He's been a tremendous influence on my own artwork, Dino Wolf. He does fantastic stuff. We've talked about him many, many times on this channel. I'm resisting the urge to jump down a James Gurney dinosaur art rabbit hole right now. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, how did we get talking about this? We were talking about Museum Center in Cincinnati. We were talking about... Yeah, shoot. We might as well just get into, assembling our Utahraptor skull, shall we? Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, I've been excited for this. Utahraptor is one of those dinosaurs that has got a almost, I wouldn't say an outsized place in pop culture, but it definitely does have a special place. It was named, not necessarily discovered. The discovery of Utahraptor is kind of a complicated story. But the ensuing fame of Utahraptor is due in large part to a few researchers, Jim Kirkland among them, the state paleontologist of Utah. Take a look at this clip.
Final showdown in the dinosaur arms race.
It's from an old episode of Paleo World.
High above Utah's canyonlands is Gaston Dinosaur Quarry.
Yeah.
Here in 1991, Jim Kirkland of the Dynamation International Society made one of the finds of the decade.
Yep. Fixed it. Fixed what, Lenina?
But it was a discovery that almost did not happen. Jim...
Oh, hang on. Claire Burr, you fixed the... it should be a little slimmer than that. But yeah, it looks better. That's an improvement. It looks better. But it also kind of needs the post-orbital fenestre as well. Yeah, and the yeah. One of these days I'll do an improved version of the Jurassic Park logo. I think that would be a fun one to talk about. But at least they can breathe. Exactly, Golganek. Thank you, Claire, for putting that together. Nice. Yeah. Anywho, here's Papa Jim right here.
Here in 1991, Jim Kirkland of the Dynamation International Society made one of the finds.
Back when Jim was working for Dynamation.
But it was a discovery that almost did not happen.
Yeah.
Jim was packing up to leave for the season when he spotted something sticking out of the rock. He was stunned.
It's a claw. Look at that. Holy cow. Look at the size of that claw right there. Holy moly.
It was a claw twice as big as any he had ever seen. On the
Yeah.
ground was the core. Covered in horn, the claw would have been almost 30 centimeters long and sharp enough to shave with.
I don't know if it's sharp enough to shave
A
with.
super predator, the largest of its kind, a genuine Terminator. It was christened Utahraptor.
Yeah. Holy
20
cow.
foot long, about 1,000 pounds, 12-inch claws, killing claws on its feet, 10-inch long blade-like claws on its hands, teeth 2 inches long, the most sophisticated system of balance, the largest brain of any animal of its day. Utahraptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around. There was nothing it couldn't take on him.
Could any creature defend itself against a murderous hunter like Utahraptor? To do so would require impregnable body armor, jagged spikes, and a weapon powerful enough to take out an attacker in one blow.
Yeah. Anywho, Utahraptor. What a cool critter. We are going to be talking a lot about Utahraptor in the coming days. Oh, still haven't heard back about this. That's interesting. But yeah, for right now, we've got a Utahraptor skull to assemble. 3D printed. The teeth are printing right now, and thank goodness they're printing correctly, it looks like. This is my 3rd or 4th try getting these things to work. Kept failing, but looks like it's working now. We've got the rest of the skull to assemble. Let's go ahead and do that, shall we? Oh man, I'm excited about this. Yeah. Let's prepare for it. Take my mat, put that up here on the desk. Excellent. And then let's get these pieces. This is a big honkin' skull because this is a large animal. Check that out. This is a big critter Utahraptor. A full-grown Utahraptor? It's the biggest of the dromaeosaurs, the biggest of the raptor dinosaurs, as many members of the public call them. It's big. 20 feet long. A skull larger than that of like a polar bear. This is basically like a polar bear-sized animal. Maybe even bigger. Nuts. And Caterpillar says, can you explain why the toe sticks up? So they've got these, like, sickle claws on their hind feet. They stick up in order to keep the claw from touching the ground so it doesn't get dulled by contacting the ground. It keeps the claw sharp. We see this is a characteristic of dromaeosaurs and other deinonychosaurs, troodontids included. Yeah, holy cow. Yes. And we have got some pieces here. That to the side. There we go, that'll work. Oh boy. And why don't we start off with the maxillae? We'll go over some of the skull bones as we're assembling this. But we've got the maxillae and then part of the nasals there too. Just as some people in the chat might not be aware, but the skull is not a single bone. Far from it. Whether it's a human skull or a Utahraptor skull, you've got the same bones, and there are many of them. Bunch of different bones make up the skull. You've got your maxillae, you've got your nasals, you've got your frontals, your parietals and your squamosals, your pterygoids, your dentaries, your articulars, so many different bones in the skull. Jay Nas, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So we're going to be looking at the same thing for a dinosaur. So first of all, we've got the maxillae and the nasals. So, your maxilla bones are highlighted in green right there. Those are right here. They're the... I guess we don't really have pre-maxillae anymore as humans. Humans are so weird. We've got such weird skeletons. We're such weirdos. But those are the maxillae. So that's equivalent to this, and there's also some nasals in this too. But you see the tooth sockets in there. Tooth sockets in here, those are your maxillae. Yeah. So let's go ahead and get this glued together, shall we? For our assembly here, I'm going to be using a cocktail of 2 different adhesives. And there you go, Free Kex. Yes. Yeah. We're going to be using Gorilla Glue, and we're going to be using Bob Smith Industries cyanoacrylate. And the cap from this broke. I wish some of the packaging on these were a little bit more resilient. Sometimes are not. But I might have to go grab a safety pin and get this thing. We can just cut the top open. We're going to be using a lot of glue today, so... We'll see if this works. And hang on. I should take a minute and put on a crummier pair of shorts in case I get super glue on them. Let me put on some of my super glue shorts. But here's Jim.
Monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And Free Kex, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
And Nerthos.
Step 1, die.
Thank you for the 14 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Nerthos. Introdune to you too. It's good to have you here. Let me put on my super glue shorts. Let's skip to Jim talking about Utahraptor here. And the Utahraptor block.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
And Seafrog, thank you for the 18 months of support. Holy moly. I appreciate that. We're close to a hype train here. Beautiful. This is something that, inshallah, we will be live streaming in just a couple weeks here. The Utahraptor block.
Well, about 10 years ago, I had a graduate student working on the poison strip sandstone, the middle part of the Cedar Mountain Formation, our lower Cretaceous rocks. Stratigrapher, looking at the rocks, said, look for bones. When he turned in his thesis, asked, did you find any dinosaur bones doing this work? And he said, well, there was one thing that looked like a human arm bone. That sounds like a theropod, a little hollow bone. That's always intriguing for us. So we went out there and looked, very difficult, white bone, the weather is on white rock. But we realized when we finally found it after 4 hours walking back and forth over the site, we had a foot of a meat-eating dinosaur sticking out of the rock. Went back, 6 months later, the following year, to do a little further evaluation
for those
of what we want to
200
do
bits.
with this.
Beautiful.
The first piece of rock I moved split open, and I had the part and counterpart of a jaw with all the teeth in it, of a small meat-eating dinosaur. This is now on exhibit at the Natural History Museum of Utah. As we worked and expanded the site, we realized as we came around, it was a 9 by 9 by about a meter mass of sand. And we now realize we have a mass of Utahraptors, babies, juveniles, subadults, and adult. So we ended up collecting the whole thing intact and dragging it with a track hoe, 9 feet by 9 feet by 1, 9 tons of dinosaur skeletons intertwined, a whole growth series of Utahraptors trapped in this quicksand, the first time anyone has ever attributed dinosaurs dying to quicksand.
Yeah. Exciting stuff. Good timing there, Wombat Hole. With those 100 bits, I appreciate that. Thank you, Wombat Hole. Good stuff. Yeah. That block, the Utahraptor block, I talked to Jim, we are going to try and stream that on the 30th of May. And thank you, The Raven, for those 100 bits. Getting a hype train started here. Thank you. It does, indeed.
That belongs in a museum.
Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, The Raven. Yeah, so with any luck, on the 30th of May, I'll be streaming a tour with Jim of the Utahraptor block. So, pretty excited about that. And Ariana, hey, I'm also surprised, maybe a little bit disappointed by the amount of, or rather the lack of quicksand we encounter on a daily basis as adults, you know? Yeah. And Smartface says, so Balint was reading a sign yesterday at Animal Kingdom that said that Sue the T-Rex is 8 tons. Is that the fossil or a living weight? That's a living weight estimate, and I think it might be a little too high. Anywho, let's get this glued up. Yeah. So we've got some. Ooh, thank you. I appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you for the 100 bits there.
Small Utahraptor mega block fee.
I appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you. Oh boy, this is a lot of. That's a wide aperture for this glue. I've maybe made it a little bit... Maybe the aperture a little too big. But that's okay. Well, it's at the same time too big and too small. There we go. It's a good thing I got a safety pin here for this. Oh boy, that's way too much super glue. Holy cow. What I'm going to have to do with this... Sweetie, off the desk. Off the desk. I don't want you on here right now. Sorry, sweetie. Not right now. Not the time.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
The Lenino gifted a tier 1 sub to Haunted Toe Tag.
There we are. Okay. Got this on here. There we go. Sorry, sweetie pie. There's glue everywhere. It's not the right time for you. There we go. I think it said 6 or 7, but I knew it was less than 8. So yeah, I would imagine that an adult Tyrannosaurus would be something around 5 to 6 tons. I generally think that a lot of dinosaur weight estimates are a bit too high, especially when you're talking about Saurischian dinosaurs who would have had a lot of pneumaticity, a lot of like air sacs and hollows and pneumatized spots in their bones. But yeah, anyway, look at those maxillae. Very nice. Look at how big this is. Holy cow. Exquisite. Yeah. Very nice. Excellent. And why don't we go ahead and switch our category to makers and crafting, shall we? Rabid Weenus.
Ontogeny.
Good evening.
Thank you for the 26 months of support, Rabid Weenus. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. And this is not just a, this is life size. Tone. This is life size. The maxillae here, the rest of the skeleton, the skull, life size. So, oh shoot. Make sure everything's lined up properly. Everything's occluding the way that it should. There we go. Sweetie pie, no. Not right now. No. No. I can't have you up here right now. Sorry. Cat fur and super glue. Not a good mix. Nope. Nope. Sorry, sweetie. Yeah. And this one I found online on 3D printing and model website called, I think it was on Colts 3D. I don't know if I could recommend it for printing because there are some major errors in it that I'm going to have to correct. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, for one thing, shoot, the Dennery doesn't have any tooth sockets. So I'm going to have to find a way to embed the teeth in the lower jaw because the file was uploaded incomplete. So I really can't recommend it, unfortunately. But yeah, check that out. Everything else looks pretty okay. It's kind of like, I'll have to assemble it before I can really evaluate how well done the rest of it is. But I can make modifications as necessary. Let's attach the premaxillae now. And the premaxillae are 2 bones in the skull, which we don't really have them anymore as humans. They're kind of like, they've been kind of overtaken by other bones. But in dinosaurs and other vertebrate animals, so the premaxillae are there in orange in the front. So right here we've got the maxillae. Right here, this is Spinosaurus, which is not a great dinosaur to use as a model for this because we don't entirely know what the skull of Spinosaurus looked like. This is a chimera of different spinosaurs, but it's beside the point. The premaxillae are the tooth-bearing bones at the very front of the upper jaw. And so those are going to go on the front right here. In fact, they're going to go on just like that. Premaxillae. Yeah. So, maxillae, premaxillae go on front. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, let's get that put on there. There we go. So that's going to fit on just like this. Nice and neat and tidy. They're different colors because I ran out of the copper color filament. Had to use this kind of chocolate brown, but it's all good. We're making it work. So I'm going to use a bunch of this Gorilla Glue on here to kind of act as filler. I want to make sure that this is nice and secure. And then the super glue, as I've said many times, acts as an accelerant. It makes the other stuff set more quickly. And then we get a nice secure bond there. So, a little dab of cyanoacrylate there. There. And there. And the occlusion. Very nice. And that is a beautiful fit. I need to go grab a paper towel, actually, so I can get rid of some of this excess. Hang on a second. Some of our spillage here. There we go. More of it right there. Excellent. There we go. Lovely. Utahraptor snout. Fantastic. Lovely. And Simba Kubwa, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hello from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I hope you're doing well. Good to hear you. Good to have you here, Simba. Welcome, welcome. Anywho. The layers don't show up too much. It depends. It depends how everything was oriented when it was printing. Everything on the bottom, you can really see those print lines, but not necessarily in other places, which is good. And Sweetie Pie, don't try and eat that. There's super glue on it. Yeah. All right. Next up, we've got some other bones. We've got our nasals and some of our, lacrimal bones and stuff like that. So let's see what we've got here. Maybe let's take a minute and do our lower jaw next. So a lower jaw in a dinosaur is comprised of multiple different bones. You've got your dentary, you've got your syrangular, you've got your angular, you've got your articular. There's a number of different bones in there. We as mammals do not have multiple bones like this anymore. We've only got one. The remains of the dentary, which get called mandible in mammals. There's a reason for that. We'll get into that in a minute. But yeah. But let's start assembling those. I will set this aside right now. Let's work on our lower jaw. As I said earlier, I can't necessarily recommend this particular set of files because it's incomplete. They didn't actually put the tooth sockets in here. there's no holes for the teeth, like there are in the maxilla or the premax. So this is incomplete. I paid good money for this. It's not. This is a major oversight. So I don't know. Part of me almost doesn't want to do the lower jaw. I want to email the artist who put these files together and say, hey, your dentary hasn't got any tooth holes in it, you know? But yeah. Anywho, that's one of the reasons I'm not giving you the link to this right now. Because it's not complete. You know what? Maybe I won't even do the lower jaw today. Maybe we'll just do the upper jaw. Or we'll just do the skull, rather. Yeah. We've got some pieces we can put together up here. There's a bunch of the different skull bones that I had to kind of slice these up a little bit in order to get them to fit on my 3D printer properly, so that I could print them without it being too big for the print bed, obviously. And so why don't we get these assembled? These are some of the bones, the lacrimals, the postorbitals, the frontals, the prefrontals, etc. Let's start this up. I've already taken time to use some sandpaper to scuff up some of these parts. So that should hopefully make things a little easier. So I've got Gorilla Glue, we've got cyanoacrylate. Let's do it. And then I can kind of show you what this is supposed to be. There we go. I just got to make sure everything occludes properly. Everything's lined up the way that it should be, so that we don't get a wonky looking skull. That's feeling and looking pretty good. Work it back and forth a little bit. Yeah, nice. Cool. So right there is your eye socket, what we call an orbit. The orbit is the bony eye socket, and then there would be a sclerotic ring in here. Sclerotic ossicles that show like the outline of the eye, essentially. These are bones that are kind of within the eye socket, kind of within the eyeball itself to a certain extent. Yeah. Let's see what other part I've got on here. How well does this fit on? Oh, not too shabby. Yeah, we might as well do this too. Excellent. Yeah, lovely. So, we're kind of forming our brain case inside of here. So dinosaurs, like all vertebrate animals, had brains. And the brain would have been housed inside of the brain case. So the brain case is this part in the back of the skull. If you look on this diagram, it's kind of back there between like the quadrate, the squamosal, the parietal, you know. It's kind of behind the temporal fenestra there, which is in here. This is the brain case inside of here. Let's put that together. There we go. I'm really kind of filling up these crevices with Gorilla Glue. This will provide a nice kind of flexible hold. And the super glue, the cyanoacrylate, Like I said earlier, it helps everything set faster. It acts as an accelerant. And super glue by itself can be kind of brittle. So if you have the Gorilla Glue to go along with it, that can help out a lot. And I just realized we've got our bits of frontal there that I should have put on too, but we can do that after this. Wait, hang on. This goes... Yep, it means we also need some of this in here too. Shoot. And some in there. Excellent. Oh, wrong way. There we are. Occipital condyle along the back. There we are. Excellent. Good stuff. And you'll see there's kind of a missing piece here. Let's go ahead and correct that. We've got a bit of frontal that we need on here. And here it is. That was all supposed to be one piece. This was supposed to go with this piece, but it wouldn't fit on the print bed that I have on my printer. I've got a rather small 3D printer. But yeah, these are the frontal bones right here. And those are some of the bones that are... They often form part of the brain case in certain theropod dinosaurs. I'm not sure whether or not they do in Utahraptor or other dromaeosaurs. We've got a little extra glue here. Let me wipe that up. And check the rest of this out. Nice. Looking good, looking good. There's our eye socket right here. Yeah, very nice. Excellent. Yeah. And so the brain case is sort of separated in two parts, in many parts, Gene Alex. Shoot. Let me show you. Oh, goodness. I don't know why this isn't showing up in my history. We just looked at this like the other day. But here's a skull of Stegosaurus, a pachycephalosaur dinosaur. So there's the skull all together, right there. Eye socket, teeth, nostril, you know, nares right there. There's the skull dome. And then that multicolor thing in the middle is the brain. And so this is part of the brain case. Here, you've got multiple bones that all form the brain case. Like that. These bones all kind of fit together to house the brain. And back here you've got the foramen magnum. This is the hole that goes from the spinal column to the brain. That make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Does any... Caterpillar asks, how long did it take to print? This, so far, has taken about 100 hours, I would say. And Sweetie Pie, not on the desk right now. Sorry. No, sweetie. Not time for you right now. You can come up later. Yeah, this has taken about 100 hours so far, I would say. And, we've just got a few hours left for the teeth, and then that's it. So let's grab our other pieces. There's other pieces you can't see right here, right now. By the way, let's grab those. Watch out, sweetie. Shoot, where did that one go? We're missing... Yeah, we're missing a piece. Where did I put that? Let me look. There it is. Got it. Yeah. We've got our frontals, which they should have been on here, but my 3D printer was a little bit too small to print them life-size in one go, and so I had to cut this into a separate file and print it separately. But let's put that on there. Thank you, Devil's Eyes, for the 6 months of support. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoyed seeing all those chickens. It's good to have you here. Excellent. Okay. Here we are. And so these actually might be nasals. Did I say frontals? I meant nasals. We'll take a look. But I gotta make sure these are lined up properly, because this is a crucial part. This kind of lines up with some of our other skull bones. Gotta make sure it's lined up on all of these axes. Here. Nice. And you can see some of those print lines on here, can't you? My camera's really picking it up. See some of those print lines. I'm going to use a smoothing compound in order to reduce the prominence of those lines. That's looking pretty good so far. Check that out. Look at that big old eye socket. Oh, Mr. Utahraptor, what big eyes you have. All the better to predate you with. Yeah. Growth lines, says Wombat Hole. You know how 3D printing works. It prints things layer by layer, bit by bit. But now, once this is pretty well set, and I think that's just about good enough, we can put the snout onto the back of the skull. Just like... oh boy. That. I test fit some of these earlier, and they fit better than this. I don't know what's going on. We'll just have to make it work. Here, I'm gonna... as a precaution, I'm gonna take my leather desk pad off of the desk, because I don't want to get super glue on it and ruin it that way. So let's go ahead and take this off. There we go. Better. Yeah. Alright, we've got our snout. And we've got the back of our skull right here. Those should fit together just like that. Yes. Okay. So, what we're going to do here is we are going to put some Gorilla Glue in some of these crevices. And it is massive water drop. Holy cow. This is a big animal, Utahraptor. Not a small critter. Not a small critter. Put those in there, and then in here as well. And then some super glue for good measure. For quick setting. Yeah. And let's put it on here. There we go. That is a nice fit. I like that. I feel good about this. Excellent. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Superb. Look at that. Look at that right there. We are doing quite well, I would say. Look at how big this is. Like, that's so much bigger than my skull. Holy moly. And, of course I'll paint it Ungoy, yeah. Yeah. I'll have to paint it sooner rather than later because I didn't have enough filament to print it in one color. So, just for the sake of making it look pretty, I'm gonna have to paint it sooner rather than later. Yeah, good stuff. Holy cow, it doesn't it's too big to fit in frame. It's a big animal. Utahraptor, a big critter. A big critter. Now we've got our bones from the back of the jaw like this. Boy, how do I keep this on camera? I guess we go like this. And, oh boy, I'm gonna have to remove some of the... I missed some of the supports here. So it's on this side, over here. Go on there like that. Nice. You've got your post-orbital fenestra right there. Excellent. And I will fill in the seams too, Ungoy. Yes, indeed. That's what I've got water putty for. In fact, I need to probably go to the store and get some more water putty. I'm going to run out soon. Here, we've got some supports from the 3D printing process that I'd not removed yet. So let me do that real quick. There we are. That's pretty good. That'll work for now. Hang on, where are we? There we go. That's the right way. Nice. Okay. Let's get that assembled. There we go. We got our quadratojugal and our quadrate. Got our other bones there. Put some Gorilla Glue into these voids here. Along there as well. A little bit on there. A little bit on here. And then our cyanoacrylate, our super glue. Just a little kiss right there. Some more along here. And There we go. Nice. Make sure that everything's lining up properly. It doesn't have to be 100% perfect. There's some stuff that we can kind of fix in post, so to speak. And some of these things are not going to line up with 100% occlusion. And that's fine. As long as it's structurally sound, that's all we really, really care about, I guess, because... we can fix the other stuff later with water putty. In a way, this is kind of like assembling real fossils. Because they'll have been changed during diagenesis. Things get squished, cracked, broken, malformed. You basically do the best that you can. And that's the best that you can do. Yeah. Nice, it's looking pretty good. Hopefully that sets sooner rather than later. Let's do the other side now. Let's do a test fitting. That could be better. It feels like there's some flash or something in there that is... Yeah, let me clean this out a little bit. There we go. And I'll probably want to sand this too. These sandpaper stick things, I think these might be used by, like, manicurists for human nails and stuff. Turns out they're also incredibly useful for 3D printing. They provide a nice kind of rigid structure. It's really abrasive. Or a nice rigid structure, I guess, to use your sandpaper with. And so I go through a lot of these when I'm assembling 3D prints. So this is sometimes the kind of thing that you need in order to get that. There we go, that nice occlusion between different 3D printed parts. Excellent. Let's get this filled up with glue. And would a metal file eventually gum up? I've not really worked with metal files before with PLA filament. I kind of feel like it would gum up, but I don't know. I've never actually tried it, so I'm not sure. Not entirely sure. All right. Let's get this occluded. Nice. Okay. That's some pretty good contact there. Nice. Very nice. Excellent. So I'm just going to hold this for a minute while it sets. And hey, Lordy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And it is late for you right now, Lordy. Hope things are good. Check out this. Lordy, saw the bits of Utahraptor skull that I was printing before she left. I'll turn this over in a second. You can see how big it's getting. Holy cow. Excited about this. I think that's about ready. Okay. Ooh. Check that out. Pretty excellent. Look at how big this is. Doesn't even have the teeth yet. Teeth are still printing. But Utahraptor. That is a big animal. I've been... my hope for this... My reason for putting this one on the fast track, printing this before our Edmontosaurus or before some other dinosaur skulls, is because I was hoping I could bring this to Utah in a little over a week. I'm going to be leaving for Utah first on my way to Wyoming, and I hope to do a live stream with Jim Kirkland, the state paleontologist of Utah, looking at the big Utahraptor mega block. And my hope for this is that I can get it finished and then paint it up with the different skull bones on here so that we can use this as a visual aid when we're looking at the Utahraptor block. Basically, I'll have it looking like this Spinosaurus skull with different skull bones painted different colors. And we can use that as a key when we are looking at the Utahraptor mega block here. Because there are all of these different Utahraptor bones that are here in the block, including a bunch of skull bones. And so I'm hoping this will be a lovely visual aid to be able to use for that stream. So we'll see. We'll see. Anywho, this is lovely. I'm excited about this. Yeah. And how much does that thing weigh? Water drop? Not too much. Oh, the block itself, I think this weighs about, what was it, 18,000 pounds? I forget. Oh, look, you can even see right there. In this photogrammetry video, you've got this lovely dennary right there. Lower jawbone with those teeth. Beautiful. You've got some vertebrae, you've got some ribs, you've got a limb bone right there. Looks like a femur. You guys are going to get blown away by this. It's amazing. Yeah. Anyhow, cool stuff. And Raptor VT says, I want to wear that like a hat. You want to wear this like a hat? It wasn't really built to wear like a hat. But I do have a theropod skull that I 3D printed specifically to wear as a helmet. Let me show you. Right here. Here's my tip. If you want to get out of jury duty, dress as a dinosaur. Dress up like a dinosaur.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Wow.
Yeah. You'll get dismissed every time. And I think it's because lawyers, most of them have seen Jurassic Park, the movie, in law school. Yep. You watched this on the first day of law school, you know? It's the only movie to ever feature a lawyer as a prominent character. They've seen what happens to the lawyer in that movie. They don't want that happening to them. So if you're dressed as a dinosaur, they'll just instinctively send you home. So there you go. It's a tip from old Danny for you. Anywho, here is the Ceratosaurus helmet that I made for Halloween a couple years back. I had to sculpt this from scratch. There are Ceratosaurus skull 3D files that are available on the internet, but the problem is theropod dinosaur skulls are generally far too narrow to accommodate a human noggin without making them too large to wear. So I had to specifically sculpt this to be as authentic as possible, using multiple references from multiple different Ceratosaurus specimens, but I had to make a big enough space for my skull inside. Your typical Ceratosaurus skulls don't bow out. They're not this wide right here. So I had to do this specifically. I had to design it this way with some measurements I took of my own skull in order to get that to fit. So, yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? That's why you use a bigger dinosaur, says Samar Fate. Well, Ceratosaurus does get bigger than this, but the thing is, this is already... frankly, this was already too large. It already put too much of a strain on my neck and my back. I had to have a series of tensioning... I used an old pair of suspenders in order to put tension from here down to my belt, because it already wants to tilt forward. It's already too heavy. It already put strain on my neck. Any bigger than this and it would have been untenable. So I'm glad I did it this way. This Utahraptor skull here would be too big and too heavy. You know? Even if I hollowed that part out and put this, it's just... And the proportions would look goofy and... Yeah, just not ideal. So, I'm glad I did it the way that I did it. And Ceratosaurus is a cool dinosaur. It was neat to be able to kind of celebrate that. Anyhow, yeah. And Fatal Butterfly says, next time use foam. It'll be lighter. I can't 3D print with foam. I would have to hand carve everything, and that would make it far less precise. I couldn't... I'm used to sculpting things digitally, having them be scientifically authentic, scientifically accurate, and then 3D printing them. Hand carving something by foam, it would be kind of a cheap facsimile. Just wouldn't work in the same way. Yeah. CNC foam carving. I don't have access to that kind of thing, Harry, but if you know anybody here in the San Francisco Bay Area who could help me out with that, you know, I'd be all ears. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Utahraptor. Holy cow. I am so excited about this. Oh, man. I can't put the teeth in yet because the teeth are still printing right now as we speak. I could put together the lower jaw, but the files that I got online were incomplete, and they don't have tooth sockets in the lower jaw. So there's no space for the teeth. So I guess I'll try and email the person I purchased these files from and be like, hey, you uploaded an incomplete file. I paid for an incomplete file here. Do you have the one with the tooth sockets? Because I would like to have that. We'll see. Otherwise, I might just have to get creative. Find a way to kind of mill out the teeth and then get them stuck onto the top of the jaw. But I didn't realize this until it was printed, that there's no alveoli for the teeth. There's no tooth sockets. A toothless Utahraptor with the lower jaw. And how many teeth does it have? So a dinosaur like this would have about 60 to 80 teeth. Something like that. Yeah. Anyway, and I don't actually have a Dremel, Samarfe. Yeah. Stop by Adam Savage's shop. I don't know Adam Savage personally, but hey, if anybody wants to introduce us, seems like a cool guy to know. I saw a video a long time ago about Adam Savage wanting to put together a dodo skeleton, which was so cool. That sort of thing was right up my alley. Let me see if I can find that, actually, because it was really, really neat. There we go. I think this might be it. Or was it a TED Talk? Let's just watch this. Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Norm from Tested.
It's Adam from Tested.
And we are here in your cave.
We are.
One of the things on the shelf in your cave is this statue sculpture skeleton of a dodo.
Right.
And we're just starting off with this? Okay, shoot. Here, let's take a look at this first.
Forward TV. The world,
is thinking.
About 4 years ago, the New Yorker published an article about a cache of dodo bones that was found in a pit on the island of Mauritius. Now, the island of Mauritius is a small island off the east coast of Madagascar in the Indian Ocean, and it is the place where the dodo bird was found, was discovered, and extinguished all within about 150 years.
Yeah.
Everyone was very excited about this archaeological find because it meant that they might finally be able to assemble a single dodo skeleton. See, while museums all over the world have dodo skeletons in their collection, nobody, not even the actual Natural History Museum on the island of Mauritius, has a skeleton that's made from the bones of a single dodo.
Yep.
Well, this isn't exactly true. The fact is that the British Museum had a complete specimen of a dodo in their collection.
And they threw it out! They threw it away! They got rid of it. The British Museum, now known as the NHM in London, they threw it out. They tossed it in the dumpster, or I guess the rubbish tip, the wheelie bin, as they would say over there. They threw it away.
Up until the 18th century.
And Harry Vetch says, I thought the British were also the reason they were extinct. No, you're thinking of the Dutch. Yeah, it was Dutch sailors who drove the dodo into extinction. For once, it's not the British. It's the Dutch. Always the Dutch, says Caterpillar. I had a roommate when I lived in Montana. He's from Indonesia. And I remember one day me and the other roommates were sitting down watching a movie or something like that. And then somebody had some sort of I think they had a Dutch surname in the movie. And then my friend Kevin Surya, he goes, we just hear him go, ugh. We're like, what's wrong, Kevin? He's like, Dutch. He goes, I hate the Dutch. And well, shoot, it makes sense because the Dutch colonized Indonesia. They were the colonial overseers of that chain of islands. And fair enough, shoot, I'm not advocating for any hatred of any particular group of people for any reason. But not any reason that, like, I don't know. I take that back. Nazis, punch them. But, not for any reason that's beyond someone's control. What country they were born in, what religion or heritage or whatever else. But I don't know. Fair enough from Kevin, I guess.
It was actually mummified skin and all, but in a fit of space-saving zeal, they actually cut off the head and they cut off the feet and they burned the rest in a bonfire. If you go look at their website today, they'll actually list these specimens saying the rest was lost in a fire.
Yeah, the fire they
Not
caused.
quite the whole truth. Anyway,
oh boy.
The frontispiece of this article was this photo. And I'm one of the people that thinks that Tina Brown was great for bringing photos to...
And Samar faces, why did they do that? Well, apparently I've read a little bit about this. The dodo specimen that they had in the British Museum was not very well taken care of, and it was being eaten by moths and dermestid beetles or something else. And they're like, oh, this isn't in very good shape. Let's throw it out. It was the only one in the world. And they threw it out. Did they get fined for that? No, this was back in like around the turn of the century, I believe. It was around the year 1900, something like that. Yeah. And it had feathers, Caterpillar. Yeah. Did they know it was the only one? They probably didn't care. I don't know. Yeah. again, like you'd be astonished and flabbergasted at some of these practices in museums from days gone by. Oh boy, our modern practices are night and day different from what they were back then.
Of this article was this photo. And I'm one of the people that thinks that Tina Brown was great for bringing photos to the New Yorker, because this photo completely rocked my world. I became obsessed with the object, the not just the beautiful photograph itself and the color, the shallow depth of field, the detail that's visible, the wire you can see on the beak there that the conservator used to put this skeleton together. There's an entire story here. And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be great if I had my own dodo skeleton?
Yeah.
And so I want to point out here at this point that I've spent my life obsessed by objects and the stories that they tell. And this was...
So he's got common ground with paleontologists there, too. We also travel the world in search of objects, fossils, to study. That's what paleontology is based on, the study of fossils. So I feel a certain degree of kinship here. You know, he's speaking my language.
Obsessed by objects and the stories that they tell. And this was the very latest one. So I began looking around to see if anyone sold a kit, some kind of model that I could get. And I found lots of reference material, lots of lovely pictures, no dice, no dodo skeleton for me. But the damage had been done. I had saved a few hundred photos of dodo skeletons into my creative projects folder. This is where it's a repository for my brain, everything that I could possibly be interested in. There's the...
Pretty much every paleontologist I know also has a similar folder like this. This is, again, he is speaking my language here. I've got folders on my desktop computer and on various laptops and on various portable hard drives with all kinds of stuff like this too. Here's every reference photo I could find of the flightless bird Diatrima, or here's every photo that I could find of, you know, a photo or video I could find of the I don't know, the Primeval World dinosaur diorama at Disneyland, stuff like that.
Dodo skeleton folder. This folder has 17,000 photos, over 20 gigabytes of information, and it's growing constantly. Anytime I have an internet connection, there's a sluice of stuff moving into there. Everything from beautiful rings to cockpit photos, stuff I might be interested in. The key that the Marquis de Lafayette sent to George Washington to celebrate the storming of the Bastille. Russian nuclear launch key. The one on the top is the picture of the one I found on eBay. The one on the bottom is the one I made for myself because I couldn't afford the one on eBay. Stormtrooper costumes, maps of Middle-earth. That's one I hand drew myself. It's all in there. And one day, a couple weeks later, it might have been maybe a year later, I was in the art store with my kids, and I was buying some clay tools. We're going to have a craft day. I bought some Super Sculpey, some armature wire, some various materials. And I looked down at this Sculpey and I thought, maybe I could make my own dodo skull. I should point out at this time, I'm not a sculptor. I'm a hard-edged model maker. You give me a drawing, you give me a prop to replicate, you give me a...
This is the sort of thing I'm not good at. Those hard edges like that, oh boy, you know, find somebody else. Organic shapes are what I work with, you know, like, you know, fossil bones. You know, for crying out loud, I sculpted this from scratch. This is the sort of thing that I do, you know? These are the sorts of shapes that my brain works well with, because I work with fossils, you know? Stuff with hard edges, you know, 45-degree angle, 90-degree angles, no. Organic shapes, that's how my brain works.
A crane. Maybe I could make my own dodo skull. I should point out at this time, I'm not a sculptor. I'm a hard-edged model maker. You give me a drawing, you give me a prop to replicate, you give me a crane, scaffolding, parts from Star Wars, especially parts from Star Wars. I can do this stuff all day long. It's exactly how I made my living for 15 years. But you give me something like this. My friend Mike Murnane sculpted this as a maquette for Star Wars Episode 2.
I know that character.
This is not my thing. This is something other people do, dragons, soft things. However, I felt like I had looked at enough photos of dodo skulls to actually be able to understand the topology and perhaps replicate it. I mean, it couldn't be that difficult. So I started looking at the best photos I could find. I grabbed all the reference, and I found this lovely piece of reference. This is someone selling this on eBay. It was a woman's, clearly a woman's hand, hopefully a woman's hand. And I, assuming it was roughly the size of my wife's hand, I made some measurements
Let people do their own
scaled
thing.
them out to the size of the skull. I blew it up to actual size, and I began using that along with all the other reference that I had, comparing it to it as size reference for figuring out exactly how big the beak should be, exactly how long, et cetera, et cetera. And over a few hours, I eventually achieved what was actually a pretty reasonable dodo skull. And I didn't mean to continue. It's kind of like, you can only clean a super messy room by picking up one thing at a time. You can't think about the totality. I wasn't thinking about a dodo skeleton. I just noticed that as I finished this skull, the armature wire that I'd been used to holding it up was sticking out of the back just where a spine would be. And one of the other things I've been interested in and obsessed with over the years is spines and skeletons, having collected a couple of hundred. I actually understood the mechanics of vertebrae enough to kind of start to imitate them. And so button by button, vertebrae by vertebrae, I built my way down. And actually, by the end of the day, I had a reasonable skull, moderately good vertebrae, and half of a pelvis. And again, I kept on going, looking for more reference, every bit of reference I could find, drawings, beautiful photos. And this guy, I love this guy. He put a dodo leg bones on a scanner with a ruler.
Yeah.
This is the kind of accuracy that I wanted. And
Scale bars.
I replicated every last bone and put it in. And after about, I'd say about 6 weeks, I finished, painted, mounted.
And there you go, some
my
Arfe.
own
I
dodo
agree.
skeleton.
Yeah. And that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It looks a little blobby, especially around, your frontals, your postorbitals, your lacrimal bones. It's a little blobby looking, but for something that's sculpted by a non-sculptor, excellent work.
You can see that I even made a museum label for it that includes a brief history of the dodo, and Tap Plastics made me, although I didn't photograph it, a museum vitrine. I don't have the room for this in my house, but I had to finish what I had started. And this actually represented kind of a sea change to me.
An on-stream dodo sculpt? Not of the skeleton, Lenina, no. I already have a dodo 3D print that I did. Shoot, did we... This may have been before we started saving the VODs. Oh, maybe not.
Is called...
Yeah. It's 3D printing a dodo here. Or a dodo head, at least, which I still have.
I don't have a video sting yet. Different strains of E. coli. Dodo.
Anyway, there it is right there.
Just about ready to wrap up.
Anywho, here is a link to that VOD if you'd like to see that. Thank you, Claire, for uploading that all those days ago. That's more than a year ago. That was February 2nd, 2023. How time flies. Anywho, it'd be really cool to get in touch with Adam Savage and talk about these things. He, I think, is here in the Bay Area. Right here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area where I live too. Maybe one of these days, maybe after I get back from the field or something, I can try and reach out. 'Cause I feel like he'd be a cool guy to know, cool guy to talk to. But, I don't know, for right now, fieldwork is what I'm focused on, and this should be an excellent visual aid for when we look at the Utahraptor Mega Block in Salt Lake City. So I think that's about all that I can assemble right now. I want to hold off on the skull, or excuse me, on the jaw, because because again, we're missing tooth sockets there. I want to see if I can get in contact with the artist who put together these files. But anyway, we would just be doing that bit of gluing there. You know, I can glue these parts, I'm fine. But our dennery needs some work. Well, that's funny. Does it not really articulate with the... Ooh, that'll be interesting. Find a way to get these to articulate properly. I can do it with some mechanics wire and a hand drill. Let's get these glued up right now. We'll get the back part of the jaw. The back part of the jaw is fine. We'll get that done. And I can worry about the denneries later. After I get in contact with the artist. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of work to drill out those tooth sockets and get that working. There we go. Oh, and we can talk about the... We can talk about where those other non-mandible jawbones went in us mammals. How you forget all those lower teeth? It was probably a mistake. I bet you he had an earlier draft of the dennery. He or she or they, I don't know. I'm sure they had an earlier draft of the dennery and they just went ahead and uploaded that by mistake instead of the final draft with the two sockets in it. That's my guess. But that also kind of implies that I'm the first person to download and print these files, if that hasn't been brought to the uploader's attention yet. It implies that nobody else has done this. Right, some super glue in there. Or maybe multiple people have printed this already, reached out to the creator, and then they just haven't responded, or I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. But I do have a deadline for getting this done. If I want to bring this out to Utah in a couple of weeks, not a couple of weeks, in like a week, then need to get that done ASAP. So I'll probably send an email out after today's stream. But there's the back part of our lower jaws. And here's our denneries. The denneries they're the same as the mandibles in humans, our lower jaw bones. But they're called denneries in non-mammal tetrapods. And that is because... What's here? No? There we go. Yeah. That is because in mammals, all we've got lower jaw-wise are our mandibles, aka denneries. These other bones from the lower jaw, the angulars and serangulars and articulars, these have been shunted up into the skull to act as ear bones in mammals. I know that sounds crazy. I will show you in a minute. For now, I wanted to show you this. Here is our as yet toothless Utahraptor skull. That's a big honking skull. That is not a small skull. This is not a small animal. This is a big critter. Look at that. Yeah. A big lad indeed, the raven. Yes. Good stuff. So there we go. That's as much as our Utahraptor skull is going to get assembled for today. Hope you enjoyed that. And let me talk to you for a minute about mammal jaws and why they're weird and... weird. First, let me clean up my workspace a little bit here. And get the glue properly put away so that it doesn't dry out. A little bit of housekeeping here. There we go. Just a second. You know what? Let me pull up a clip for you so you're not just waiting. I think it's this one.
Help everyone explore new worlds and ideas.
Talking about ears and teeth and jaws. There we go. This is what we're looking for.
More and more like mammals. But there was one more critical change that helped complete the transition to mammals.
Yeah.
And it enriches our lives today.
Ears.
A new kind of ear. The hearing anatomy of mammals is unique. You won't find ear flaps on any reptile. Our ears are extremely sensitive, allowing us to pick up a wide range of sounds. From high-pitched squeaks to low-distance calls.
Okay.
And the secret of their incredible sensitivity lies in the tiniest bones in our body.
These are the three bones of our middle ear. All mammals, including people, have these three bones that sit inside the skull. And what they do is they form a little lever system that turns the vibration of air into sound that our nervous system can perceive.
Yep.
We, like all mammals, have three of these bones in our middle ear,
Malleus,
but reptiles
incus, and
only
stapes.
have one.
These two extra bones, the malleus and incus, enable us to amplify sounds that reach our eardrum. Which is one reason why our hearing is so much better than reptiles. This presents us with a simple yet extraordinary puzzle. How did our acute sense of hearing using three bones emerge from our reptilian ancestors who used only...
I find that really frustrating because our ancestors were not reptiles. It's the one like real criticism that I have of this series. Your Inner Fish is spectacular, apart from this one thing. Like this antiquated, oversimplified idea that like, oh, mammals evolved from reptiles. We did not evolve from reptiles. Synapsids and sauropsids seem to have had their split way back at the base of Amniota. The ancestors of mammals were not reptiles. Creatures like Dimetrodon, you know, and the other, like, you know, synapsids of the Permian period, not reptiles. These are mammals. And it's best to think of them as mammals. In fact, I really like when they've got kind of a fuzzy quality to them in reconstructions. When they're portrayed as being more mammalian, I think that might be a lot closer to how these animals actually looked. We, of course, don't know. We don't have preserved skin from these critters, to my knowledge. But it gets the idea across that these are mammal ancestors. These are not reptiles. So, yeah. Anywho, that aside, let's continue.
For nearly 2 centuries, scientists have been fascinated by this mystery. And one of them is my former student, Karen Sears.
This is super cool.
So these are
are the gray short-tailed opossum, and they have been used in labs for a few decades and are now...
And these are not opossums. Opossums are from the New World. Didelphis virginianus, the American opossum. These guys, look how cute. They are marsupials. These guys are marsupials too, but possums. So, here. Opossum versus possum. No O, just possum. These guys are from Australia. They're also marsupials. They're related to opossums, but they're a different clade. I can show you on our Tree of Life here. Impossible, Caterpillar. No, it's true. Yeah, here's opossums. Right over here within Metatheria, Marsupialia. Opossums. And then you've got, yeah, opossums. And then you've got possums elsewhere. Like up here. Here. Brushtail possum. They're over here. They're a different clade. Yeah. Let's try... Is it called the common possum? Common ringtail possum. Let's try that. Pseudokyrus. That's probably the same critter right here. Yeah.
I've been fascinated by this mystery.
And there you go,
One of
Christy
them
S. Yeah.
was my former student, Karen Sears.
But opossums and possums are two different
Gray
clades.
short-tailed opossum, and they have been used in...
Gray short-tailed opossum. Or gray short-tailed possum. Gray short-tailed possum. Will that get us anything? Short space-tailed possum. Will that get us anything? Short dash-tailed... let's just look it up. Great short-tailed opossum? I thought they were just possums. These are opossums? They're from South America. Oh, darn it. Monodelphis domestica. But you'll notice they're far away from these possums here. They're going to be with our North American opossums. Down there. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Cool, cool, cool.
Sears.
So these are the gray short-tailed opossum, and they have been used
This
in
is about
labs
jawbones.
for a few decades, and are now becoming
We're still on the
a
topic
much,
of jawbones here.
more popular
Don't
lab
be fooled.
organism. They're very cute. So
very
the
cute.
opossums, like other marsupial mammals, the mother gives birth very early compared to what we would call placental mammals, things like us, like mice, like dogs. So these guys, you know, they're a month and a half old, they're pretty big. When they're born, they crawl up here and attach to these nipples.
So when they're born, they're just little pink beans like this. They're like about as big as a grain of rice when they're first born. They're incredibly small. Most marsupials are like this. A newborn marsupial is just incredibly, incredibly tiny. It's basically just like a little cluster of cells. You know, you can't even really... It's like embryonic. It's teeny, teeny, tiny. It's crazy, crazy, crazy small. Newborn marsupial. Yeah, I mean, they look like this when they're first born. They are just a little fleshy bean. And they don't even have hind limbs yet. They just have these tiny little nubs of arms, and they use those to crawl up out of the mother's birth canal and then into the pouch. It's nuts that they're able to do this. It's so weird and cool. But that's marsupials. Those are the newborns. That's how they look right there.
And they're only a few millimeters in length at that stage.
Yeah.
They
What do you think,
are
Mini Pie?
almost at an embryonic stage of development. About the equivalent of a human embryo at about 40 days of development. So they don't really have
Look at that.
hind limbs, they
It's a
have
little
no
flesh
hair,
bean.
They can't hear at all.
They don't even have eyes yet. They don't have limbs. They don't have hind limbs. They don't have a tail. They just have these tiny little forelimbs. They go eat, eat, eat like that out of the birth canal and up into the pouch. That's how this is how they're born. This is a newborn opossum right here. Nuts. And marsupials are mammals. Yes, they are absolutely mammals. Radical static. Yeah. Yeah. And how do they go? You already saw it, SV Hargan. Don't make me do that again. Especially not with Mini Pie here, huh? Oh, Minnie, you don't want to see that.
At that point.
These opossums are born just 2 weeks after mating. And Karen can see how their ear bones form at each stage of development from early embryo to adult.
And what's really cool is that you have here what we call ontogeny recapitulating phylogeny, which basically means that the stages of an individual organism's development throughout its lifetime, from zygote to adult, that to a certain extent kind of replays the evolution of that animal. In the same way that an embryonic human looks very similar to an embryonic pig or an embryonic, I don't know, lizard or even an embryonic fish, the further you go back in time, you know, how human embryos have a tail at a certain point before the tail gets resorbed. Well, that harkens back to a time when human ancestors had tails, you know? All of this stuff fits together like this. We can basically kind of like see our own evolution in our embryonic development. And the same thing happens with opossums, but with their jawbones. Here.
They can't hear at all at that point.
These opossums are born just 2 weeks after mating.
Yeah.
And Karen can see how their ear bones form at each stage of development from early embryo to adult.
Pretty cool stuff.
In order to find the bones, she euthanizes the opossums and uses flesh-eating beetle larvae to strip away the tissue and leave bare bones.
Yep. So you can study the development.
These dermestid beetles are used by labs and museums the world over. It takes about 24 hours for them to complete their work. Karen is then left with a series of skulls through which she can trace the development of the middle ear bones from embryo to adult.
Pretty cool. So again, this is ontogeny. You know, we're always talking about ontogeny on this channel. The development of living things throughout their lifetimes.
Ontogeny.
Really important to understand. Really important to understand. What do we call it again?
Ontogeny.
Yeah. That is exactly what she is looking at here. So different opossums, so same species, just different stages of development, to look at how those jaws and those ears change through ontogeny, because that's got really, really important information.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And non-toxic bacon, thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I know that doesn't cost you anything, but I get paid for that, and I really appreciate it, non-toxic bacon. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. That means a lot to me. And that reminds me, let's go ahead and switch our category back to science and technology. There we go. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, non-toxic bacon. I appreciate it. You won't have to watch any ads on this channel for the next 30 days, as long as that Prime sub lasts. I'll be out in the field digging up dinosaurs for close to 3 weeks by the time you've got to watch another ad here on this channel. Excellent. Anywho, why is this stuff important? Why do we care about the development of the ears and jawbones of baby opossums? What good could that possibly do? What could we learn from that? Take a look.
And what the skulls reveal is astonishing.
So what's really surprising is if you look at these early opossum embryos, what you see is essentially a reptilian style ear with one ear bone.
The stapes, you have the dentary right here, aka the mandible, and then you've got these other bones in the back of the jaw.
Those 2 extra middle ear bones, they're going to be in the ear in the adult.
But they're part of the jaw.
Part of the jaw. And so,
and so just like our Utahraptor here, where we've got our lower jaw. Sorry, Mini Pie. We've got our lower jaw right here. You've got your dentary. That's, you know, this bone right here, which should have tooth sockets, but it doesn't. And then you've got your other bones back here. Your angular and cerangular. You've got your articular. There's a splenial back there too. You know, all that good stuff. Multiple bones in the back of the lower jaw in a dinosaur. And there were multiple bones in the lower jaw of ancestral mammals, too. But then, something happened to those bones. They got shunted backward and upward and used for a different purpose. Take a look.
And what the skulls reveal is astonishing.
So what's really surprising is if you look at these early opossum embryos, what you see is essentially a reptilian style.
Like a newborn there,
ear bone. Those 2 extra middle ear bones, they're going to be in the ear in the adult. They are part of the jaw.
They're still part of the jaw there.
The jaw joint between the skull and the jaw really looks like that of a reptile.
Yep.
Then after they're born and while they're growing up, those little bones that are going to be the mammalian middle ear disconnect from the jaw. They get relatively smaller.
Look at that.
And move up to their final position to become a mammal-like ear.
That's nuts. This is in the lifespan of an individual opossum. They do this. So this is the development kind of mimics the evolution of this group over time. How cool is that? How cool is that? I want to show that one more time. That sort of thing blows my mind.
They are part of the jaw. And so the jaw joint between the skull and the jaw really looks like that of a reptile.
Yep, early on when they're first born.
Then after they're born and while they're growing up, those little bones that are going to be the mammalian middle ear disconnect from the jaw. They get relatively smaller and move up to their final position to become a mammal-like ear.
How cool is that? Really, really neat to think about. Lenina's is insane. I've lost count of how many times I've seen this and I still get chills every time. Absolutely fascinating. Isn't that cool, Lenina? So cool. And marsupials did exist before. You're talking about the KPG extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period, Ungoy? They did exist before that. Yes. So they're kind of born reptile, then grow mammal. Well, they were mammal the whole time. Mammals never were reptiles. That's kind of... I tried to make this point earlier about Dimetrodon and everything. But they have a condition that's similar to reptiles. The ancestral condition when they're born. Don't call it the reptile condition because these guys were never reptiles. But the basal amniote condition, the one that reptiles still have. They had that. And then as they grow up, they develop that mammalian ear. Yes. Yeah. Isn't that cool?
So if you have modern reptiles with 1 ear bone, you have modern mammals with 3 ear bones. I think what the embryos do is they almost provide a link between those two.
Yeah.
So what we see in the opossums is from that time they're born through their adult, they almost go
Ontogeny.
through 300 million years of evolution in terms of their ears.
How cool is that? Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty Neat.
How do we
Ontogeny.
know that the bones we used to hear with came from the bones reptiles used to eat with?
Caterpillar says, I don't understand what would cause ontogeny to mimic evolution. Well, there's this idea that ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. Ontogeny kind of like replays that evolution. Maybe I can find you a good explanatory video about this. Cross your fingers. Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. Oh, shoot, there's a bunch of creationist videos here. Oh, boy. Somebody like Balint or Lita might be able to explain this even better than I could. Minipie, don't you cause any trouble back there. What did I just say? Hey. Hey, down, now. Goodness. I wonder if this is like an 11-minute video. I don't know if that's gonna be worth it. Basically, development of an individual organism is kind of it kind of follows the path of evolution to a certain extent. This is a gross oversimplification here, but I'm going to show it to you anyway because it kind of gets the point across in a way that's more or less intuitive. Here we've got a bunch of different organisms. We've got the embryos at probably like 50% development, something like that. We've got a ray-fin fish, a salamander, a tortoise, a chick, a pig, a cow, a rabbit, and a human. And again, this is an oversimplification, but it's instructive, which is why I'm showing it to you. Very early on, all these embryos look pretty similar. They've got this long tail like this. They've got those pharyngeal, you know, like gill slits there. They've got the beginnings of an eye. And then as they develop, they kind of start to go their different ways. That's because these all share a common ancestor. These are all vertebrate animals. We can go back to the base of the vertebrate family tree. Vertebrates. There we go. And here. And so, yeah, about 525 million years ago, all of these different critters, they were all the same thing. They shared a common ancestor back then. That's why you're kind of starting off with the same basic blueprint here. And then these different groups branched off. You've got your bony fishes over here. Oops, cartilaginous fishes. Ray-fin fishes. Yeah. They kind of go their own way and get over here. Your salamanders are amphibians. They're over here. They go off and do their own thing. You've got your modern sauropsids, non-bird sauropsids, like turtles. Turtles are over here. You get mammals here. Birds up there. Ugh, excuse me. You get the idea. Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny to a certain extent because we all come from the same place. that's reflected in our embryology like this. Does that make sense? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anywho. If you have any particular questions about this, anything you're unclear on, let me know. Anything specifically that you're wondering about, because I'd love to clear that up for you, if I can. Yeah. Maybe it's just easier to evolve with the same blueprint. I mean, we don't have any choice. We have to. That's the thing, is that we have an ancestry that we've got all these evolutionary hand-me-downs from. And so we got to kind of move forward with that, you know? Yeah. Like, human beings, we don't have any use for a tail anymore. We don't have a tail. You know, we've got that little coccyx, the few, like, tail vertebrae that are there in the base of our, you know, they're in our pelvis. But the thing is, we start off with this because that's what we inherited from our ancestors. And during our embryological development, that tail starts to go away. And then by the time a baby is born, that tail is pretty much gone. Some babies are still born with tails. It's rare, but it does happen, and that's just kind of like a hand-me-down. It's a what we call an atavistic trait. And we can see this all the way into, well, some people are born with almost kind of like a gill-like sort of thing. Let me see if I can find that clip for you here from your inner fish. There we go. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, this should help.
We're fish, because fish have the base.
There we go.
Until growled. Back in Chicago, I had another way of tracing the anatomy we share with fish, using a different kind of window into our evolutionary history.
So
when I wasn't looking for
this kind of science is called evo-devo, evolutionary development, and it has been a burgeoning field over the past couple decades. It is a big deal nowadays. Yeah.
Fossils in the summers, I'd spend my time looking under a microscope at embryos. And I was watching, at the time, bodies forming from egg to adult. And there's an incredible beauty to that process. In the early stages of development, all animals start as a single cell.
Yep.
They divide again and again until gradually a body emerges with a front, a back, a top, and a bottom. It became very clear early on in the process some of the most important embryos were fish, because fish have the basic body plan in their embryos that was to become our own bodies.
Yep.
If you see an early fish embryo and a human embryo side by side, you'll see something remarkable. They look almost identical.
Yep.
We really do look like fish. Both embryos have a head, a body, a tail, and many other similar features. And one of those similarities exists in the neck, or what's called the pharyngeal area.
Yep.
In both fish and people, what you find are a series of swellings called gill arches. Turns out that in fish, those swellings become components of the gill apparatus. In people, they become portions of our lower jaw, portions in our middle ear, part of our voice box.
Yep.
So this is a wonderfully elegant developmental process, but sometimes things go wrong.
This is cool.
And when
Check
they
this
do,
out.
your inner fish can come out. So my kids are really good friends with the Richardsons. One day, I get an email from Seth, their father, who says,
Timmer's Crutch says, "Where's my gills?" You're about to see.
So my kids are really good friends with the Richardsons. One day, I get an email from Seth, their father, who says, "Doctor, my wife's a fish." And I said to myself, I gotta check this one out. We're here for the fish.
The fish is available. It's fresh. Come right through. I think if you go towards the
Oh, we'll cut through, yeah. Hey, Seth, is this your family album?
Yes, exactly.
So you're a fish. Now, first off, if you are,
and you're more of a fish than I am,
Yes.
I'm very jealous.
What?
So prove it.
All right. But here it is. There's my gill.
Yeah. Yep.
Right there. So what happens during development is we all have gill arches. We all develop them. This little
Isn't that
pip is a
cool?
leftover from an ancient gill. And I am incredibly jealous of you, Molly, because you are more of a fish than I am. We're all fish, but some are more fish than others.
That's right. Some just haven't evolved very far.
No, you're the lucky ones. So what's really cool is when you know paleontology and developmental biology, many of the muscles and nerves and bones I'm using to talk to you with right now, and many of the muscles and nerves and bones you're using to hear me with right now, correspond to gill structures in fish. You know, and we see that in fossils, we see that in embryos, we see that in DNA, and we see that in you.
My brother-in-law has webbed feet.
I love your family, by the way.
While features like fish gills have been retooled in their anatomy, other body parts perform the same job.
Oh, this is so
and
cool.
end up in different places.
This is really, really neat as well.
Like testicles.
Anybody here, have you ever had have you ever had or know anybody who's had a hernia? This is all about that.
Well, we're here to see some gonads.
Okay.
Fish gonads.
Oh. Dissect this little guy here. Right, exactly.
Yeah, if you could pop that bad boy, that would
Sure.
be.
It'll come right out of there.
Ugh.
Yeah, you know, so there you see, you know, there's the heart, there's liver, you know, the gonad is right there.
Okay. So you know what's funky about these things? Is the gonad is towards the chest, right near the heart. You know, but what's stunning is you and I, like every other mammal, you know, our gonads started up there and descend down to here.
And might be better where they
Yep.
were. No.
Well, in
Safer
some
that
senses
way.
they would.
Having gonads close to the heart is fine for our cold-blooded fishy relatives.
Yeah, but for us, however, for Samarfe, for Not the Brain, for Gamer Pino's dad, the reason why we as human beings are vulnerable to hernias is because we start off just like fish with what will become our gonads in the embryo way up in the chest. And then during development, look at what happens.
Not so good for warm-blooded mammals. Sperm can't stand the heat. So that's why our testicles have to drop to a cooler place, outside the body.
Yep.
When a human embryo develops, the gonads start deep in the body, just like they do in fish.
Yep.
And then descend through the body wall, mirroring evolution.
Yep.
But that creates a weak spot in males where our guts can pop through. This leaves us vulnerable to certain kinds of hernias.
You know, you think about why
Yep.
humans have...
So that's not all hernias. I think hernias in general are just where the viscera kind of pop through certain parts of the body wall. I'm not sure what kind of a hernia this is, but I don't know what the name for it is, but yeah. It happens where the testes descended, the guts can pop through right there. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Hernias. It's because our testes descend.
Right.
They start up here, they go down into the scrotum, and the body wall it gets weaker because of that reconfiguration. Yeah.
The testicles.
And so, we'll find that you have a weakness in the body wall in some cases, and folks get hernias.
And that's why fish don't get hernias?
That's why fish don't get hernias.
Flaws in the human body, like our susceptibility to hernias, remind us that we're all adapted from ancient ancestors. We are, every one of us, just a jerry-rigged fish.
And not just a jerry-rigged fish. That's an amazing, beautiful, incredible thing. When you start to understand the way that the human body evolved, suddenly you've got a much greater appreciation for it. I think that is so cool. And it's an inguinal hernia. That makes sense. Inguinal means like groin region. So that makes a lot of sense, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. There's a Weird Al song about hernias called Living with a Hernia. Oh boy, do I need to play part of it? I probably do. Apologies to anybody watching in the VOD. Later, you won't be able to hear this. Yeah. You get the idea. Here's a link to Al Yankovic's YouTube there. Oh, and by the way, for Your Inner Fish, here's a link to this too. Even more important. Excellent documentary series. 3-part series. I wish this were mandatory viewing in schools across the United States and around the world. That is real good biological education there. Yeah, I can only wish that... Very funny Caterpillar, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Best I can do is creationism. That's what, like 60%, maybe more, of U.S. schools around the country say. U.S. schools around the country. That's redundant. Anyway. And you went as Weird Al for Halloween. That's awesome, Linnea. I actually need to... I still haven't seen the Weird Al biopic. I heard it was good. Maybe I'll watch that tonight. And these cats are starved for attention. I'm gonna need to attend to them and make myself some dinner and stuff, so... Yeah, that's what I was taught, unfortunately. That's true for... That's what I was taught, too, Caterpillar, yeah. Yeah. It's an issue. It's a big issue, you know? Musa says, I don't understand how that's legal. It's not. It is illegal. It is against the Establishment Clause, the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America. It is 100% illegal. But these things aren't often enforced. And even where they are enforced, you still have textbook standards and stuff like that that are influenced by creationists. It's deeply frustrating, you know? Yeah. Here.
Just as Darwin to the water.
Yeah.
Ancestors of modern
So this is the sort of thing that, like, we as paleontologists, we talk about this all the time. This is the very basis of our science, you know? Common ancestry, evolution, the origins of biodiversity. This is our bread and butter. This is what we do. This is what we study. This is what we publish on. This is what we discover out in the field.
And showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has
Bingo.
a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
And Musa says, what exactly is not legal? What is not legal is teaching religious ideas or like religious strictures in a public school in the United States. That goes against the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. What we call like separation of church and state. How the U.S. government is not allowed to outlaw or to favor any particular religion. It's basically an idea that's like, keep government out of religion, keep religion out of government, you know? We don't want religion corrupting government. We don't want government corrupting religion. Keep those things separate so that you don't get religious pogroms, you don't get religious wars, you don't get discrimination against religious groups. None of that stuff. Keep religion and government separate to keep them both intact. You know, that's the idea. And when creationism is taught in public schools, or when creationists fight to keep biology out of biology classes, that's a violation of the First Amendment. That's a violation of the separation of church and state. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. And Smart Face says you can teach multiple religions equally. Exactly, yeah. And so you can take you can take religious classes in schools, even in United States public schools. You know, history of religion courses, comparative religions, that sort of thing. Absolutely. I absolutely encourage that, too. I think if kids are curious about this sort of thing, they should absolutely have the opportunity to learn about world religions and that kind of thing. But proselytizing in schools should not be allowed. You should not have teachers be able to, like, urge children to convert to Islam or Hinduism or Mormonism or Protestant or Catholicism, Catholicist Christianity, none of this stuff. Like, if it's a government-funded school, public school, it should be separate from churches, mosques, synagogues, everything else, That's part of what makes the United States what it is. All people are supposed to be equal. People from different nationalities, people from different religious backgrounds, people from different class backgrounds. It's not always that way in practice, but that is an ideal that we should strive for. And that's what this documentary was about. Here, let me give you a link to this. We talk about this every September, the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, but this is... here's Neil Shubin from earlier talking about Tiktaalik, about this fossil find that he made. This is the same guy from the Uriner Fish documentary. Yeah. And Marlou Red. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. And religion is a very cool subject. Absolutely, Caterpiggle. If you want to understand human society, you have to understand different religions. Absolutely. Yes. So anyway. But yeah, and that is a legitimate style convention common in English. That is true, Smartfay. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, if you want to adhere to, like, norms, I guess, yes. Anyway, let's continue.
This was our last year up there. And then in 2004, in the third day of the season, a colleague of mine was removing rock and discovered a little snout sticking out the side of the cliff, just exactly like this. And he removed more rock, and more rock, and more rock, and it became clear this was a snout of a flat-headed animal. And that's when we knew, flat-headed animal at 375 million years old, this is going to be something interesting.
They called it Tiktaalik, which means large freshwater fish in the
An
language
interesting
of the
Marlou
local
Red. I
Inuit
didn't know
people. And it's one of the most vivid transitional fossils ever discovered, showing how land animals evolved from primitive fish.
Well, I'll chalk that up to personal preference.
Over here you have a fish of about 380 million years old. And when you see just like any good fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You compare that to an amphibian, you find a creature that doesn't have scales.
Is that Diadectes?
It's modified.
I think that's
fins
Diadectes
to
right
become
there.
Limbs, arms and legs. And the head's very different.
Might be
It
more
has
of
a
a
flat head
reptilomorph
with
than
eyes
an
on
amphibian.
top and a neck. What we see when we look at the fossil record, at rocks of just the right age, is a creature like Tiktaalik. Just like a fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You can see the fin webbing here. Yeah, when you look at the head, you see something very different. You see a very amphibian-like thing with a flat head with eyes on top. It gets even better when we take the fin apart. When we look inside the fin, as in this cast here,
Very
we'll
cool.
see it as bones that compare to our shoulder, elbow, even parts of wrist. Bone
Really
for
neat.
bone. So you have a fish at just the right time in the history of life that has characteristics of amphibians and primitive fish. It's a mix.
Very cool.
Just as evolutionary theory predicts, Tiktaalik suggests a tree of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years.
Bingo.
The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
I just talked with Kevin here. Not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before, I think. We had a Museum of Paleontology spring picnic. I got to talk with Kevin then, and that was it's always good seeing Kevin.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds.
Yep.
As seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
Yep.
How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals. And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
Small land animals.
And where the
hoofed
Pandas book
mammals
says we can't go from A to B. There are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
Yep.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
Bingo.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It has been. It's been a huge influence, and that's the reason why I'm streaming here right now, you know? That's the reason, I think, partly why this Twitch channel has been successful, why people tune in, is because this is this wondrous story that we've been able to piece together through fossil evidence, through genetic evidence, through various other modes of studying natural history, so we can learn about the history of life on Earth. It really is the greatest story ever told. How we came to be, and every other creature on our magnificent planet Earth. We have an understanding now of where we came from. One of the biggest mysteries in the history of humanity. As long as there have been human beings, we've asked ourselves and each other.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones.
We've asked each other this question? No.
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Katya Mola, thank you for the follow. That was exquisite timing there, and I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. What was I saying? As long as there have been human beings, we have asked, where did we come from? What is our place in the universe? Who are we? And now, through the study of fossils, we have an understanding of this. We know where we came from. And it is a wondrous, exquisite, beautiful story. As paleontologists, we know this. Zoologists know this. Molecular biologists know this. People in the biological sciences, they know this. It's no longer an unknown, but for the general public, that knowledge hasn't necessarily come around to regular folks yet. Part of that is because we, as scientists, have not done as good a job as we could do of communicating these ideas to the rest of the world. And then part of that is, like Kevin said here, creationists fight so hard to keep this sort of thing out of textbooks. They don't want you to know about this. But I do. Other scientists do. Other paleontologists do. That's the whole point of this channel. That's why I'm so excited to be able to broadcast to you and answer your questions about this and just share with you the wonder and majesty of the natural world and how we can learn about these things. That's why I'm excited to get out of bed in the morning. Because I get to be part of this process of learning about, discovering new things about the history of life on Earth. It's pretty cool. And I am thrilled to be able to take you along for the ride. Especially as we move out to the field in the next couple weeks. Holy cow, I'm excited about that. So anyway, with that being said, it's time to wrap up today's stream. And this week's streams, I guess. I'll see you again on Monday. Don't go away just yet. We are wrapping up here. But let's see who else is here on Twitch right now. And here's an Archaeopteryx to run our credits over.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you,
For me,
Golganak.
it's just so refreshing to hear the scientific facts as best as we currently know them again. It is much appreciated.
I appreciate you saying that, Golganak. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate your kind words even more, Golganak. Holy cow. Thank you. And thank you for being such a wonderful member of this community. It means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you, Golganak. Alright, let's see who else is live on Twitch right now. Is Ios on right now? Do we have an opportunity to raid into Ios? Well, we're gonna go do that. A video game stream for once, but Ios is a member of my stream team, and she is on East Coast time currently. We're gonna go see what she's up to. Her stream is for mature audiences. Be aware of that. But she's playing Zelda 1. Wow, it looks like Pac-Man, but if Pac-Man were a little elf dressed in green. Wow, thank you to everybody who appeared in our credits here. Everyone who's supported this channel. Appreciate you more than you know. Thank you, thank you. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again on Monday. I've got some science to do this weekend. I've got to get ready for fieldwork. I've got a lot of stuff going on, but I'll see you again next week. Let's go check out Ios. I'll see you there. Bye-bye.
I guess I could reset that room, perhaps?